By participating, we are given the opportunity to attract new partners and investors who can support and contribute to Riyadh sustainability initiatives. Since the launching of the Saudi Green Initiatives in 2021 by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh City is actively working on multiple sustainability initiatives and strategies to tackle urban development challenge and promote sustainable growth. These strategies have initiatives and projects to boost the develop the Riyadh city environmentally, social and economic sustainable condition as well. Lastly, participating in this event helps in positioning Riyadh as appealing destination for sustainability development, investment and innovation. Furthermore, we can showcase our work to local stakeholders as well as attracting new partners and support who can share our vision. Sustainability in Riyadh, in our cornerstone.
Just give me.
When this strategy was launched, His Royal Highness said, "We are determined to transform Riyadh City, one of the most sustainable cities in the world." Urban sustainability measures are important for Riyadh, given rapid growth and geographical climate challenge. Riyadh is located hundreds of kilometers of closest renewable source of water, the Arabian Gulf. Riyadh has demonstrated significant adaptation capacity despite climate challenge. Also, Riyadh is one of the top 50 largest global cities by population, and it's one of the largest cities economies globally based on non-oil GDP. Social aspects of urban sustainability are equally important, as many new jobs will be created as the nation and the cities wrap up their sustainability action plans. As it will also adopt business growth, creating new job opportunities and supporting all technological innovation that would lead to a net zero future. Climate action, mitigation, and adaptation measures are at the forefront for metropolitan strategy, and our achievements so far include significant progress in urban greening project, 270 parks currently under construction of 3,300 parks. This will support in achieving greening space share 9% and green space per capita, which is 28 square meter per person KPI. Also, as of today, an area of more than 5,000 kilometers square has been designated as a natural protected area, which approximately 360% of urban developed area, exceeding the target of 100%. Riyadh has 6 utility-scale renewable power plants under development to support renewable KPIs, which is 50% renewable share in energy mix. Treated water network with a total length of 1,400 kilometers is being designed, and 140 kilometers of the network is currently under construction to ensure we use all available water and achieve the treated wastewater usage KPI 100% by 2025. Finalize the plans for comprehensive waste management, minimizing greenhouse gas emissions from landfilling, support waste diversion KPI to 94%. An urban heat island effect mitigation program is being designed to protect the citizens against climate change impact and minimize greenhouse gas emission for cooling needs. As a part of the trend and transformation towards clean energy vehicles in the city, a number of charging points have already been deployed throughout Riyadh, and a plan is being developed to cover whole the city to support the target transition towards electrical and hybrid vehicle. Public participation is essential. Even the best policies and plans cannot succeed without endorsement and participation from the citizen. Therefore, the city authorizations are designed a large-scale public education and awareness program. In conclusion, the sustainability programs are Riyadh's partnerships with MIWA Climate Week 2023 is crucial for achieving our climate goals and establishing Riyadh as a pioneer in sustainability development. I recommend that we seize this opportunity and participate to the fullest extent possible. Together, let's pave the way for a more sustainable, resilient, and bright future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General Abdelaziz and Miguel, and thank you for those remarks addressing not only then the net zero future, but also making some of those important linkages to waste, to water, to climate resilience and impacts that are important not only for this region, but for many of the other partners and cities that you will hear from during the course of today. So thank you for setting the scene so well for the rest of our discussions today. Next, if we all cross our fingers, then the video technology should work, and we will be joined online by one of the co-leading partners for the Urban Transitions Mission, Rosalinda van der Vlies, Director of Clean Planet for the European Commission and member of the overall steering committee for Global Mission Innovation, who are responsible for coordinating a number of missions, including then this one on the urban side. So let's see if the technology is on our side.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Rosalinda, good morning.
Good morning.
And greetings from this great city of Riyadh. Thank you for being able to join us online, and over to you for your remarks to help set the scene for this first annual gathering. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Andy, and good morning, everybody. It's a real pleasure for me to be with you, albeit virtually this morning. First of all, I would like to warmly thank the Royal Commission of Riyadh for hosting this first Urban Transition Mission City Summit in this very inspiring environment, and also in the context, of course, of the MENA Week of Climate, and of course leading up to the COP. So it's really my honor and pleasure to be able to be with you this morning, not in the least because I do believe that if we want to be successful in our quest to climate neutrality, cities play an absolute crucial role. And that's why I'm so grateful and inspired by the Urban Transition Mission and all the great work that is going on with all the cities and organizations that are participating in this mission. I'm also very happy now to see that the City Summit of the Urban Transition Mission is bringing together such a diverse group of participants, really from all different sectors, different levels of government, different geographies. And I do believe that this diversity will basically enable a very rich exchange of first-hand experiences on implementation, governance, financing solutions for urban climate action. And it also shows how the Urban Transition Mission has grown. It started at COP26 in Glasgow, and it started off with a joint proposal from the Global Governance of Mayors, the Joint Partnership Initiative of Urban Europe, and the European Commission. And now we can truly say that in 2 years, this mission has really grown to a fully fledged worldwide family with support from many different countries across the globe and also many international and inspiring organizations. But of course, at the core of the Urban Transition Mission are the cities themselves. At the moment, 48 cities from 24 different countries across the world. And among these cities, I'm also very pleased that there are 10 European cities that also participate in our European Cities Mission, which is a key initiative also for the European Union to deliver on our European Green Deal. But I do believe that we work best if we work in a global environment, and this is why I'm very happy that these European cities can also learn from cities worldwide through the Urban Transition Mission. And there's really consensus that cities are the make or break piece of the climate action puzzle. And this consensus is not only supported by the scientific data, but also, and this is, I think, much more important, the fact that cities are really close to our citizens and can really show concretely the benefits also for people in their day-to-day works when we move to climate neutrality. And there are, of course, many co-benefits that reflect in greener cities, cities with reduced air and noise pollution, more inclusive public spaces, but also that climate action can also bring competitiveness, prosperity, and livable local neighborhoods. And with these imperatives in mind, the Urban Transition Mission is really raising the bar when it comes to supporting urban climate action. First of all, I already mentioned them, the 48 inspiring cities that really lead the way in demonstrating pathways towards resilient and people-centered net zero cities. And these 48 cities will soon be joined by a second cohort of cities. So the family of cities is ever expanding. The deadline for the call for the second cohort of cities is 21st of October. So there's still time for cities to join. And if you live in a city that is not yet part of the Urban Transition Mission, please encourage the city to apply and to join the Urban Transition Mission family. The second reason why I believe that the Urban Transition Mission is really raising the bar towards urban climate action is the growing Global Innovation Alliance. This is really an innovative model for multi-governance and cross-sectoral collaboration, and also for catalyzing partnerships between the public and the private sector. The Global Innovation Alliance already provides cities with accustomed support to strengthen their net zero vision, to scale local actions, and to identify funding sources and accelerate implementation. And I think this is really unique, this hands-on support that the Global Innovation Alliance is providing to the cities. And lastly, I would like to draw the attention to the Urban Transition Mission Center, which was launched in December last year. The center is set up as a unique one-stop shop for knowledge exchange for urban climate action. We from the European Commission are supporting this Urban Transition Mission Center with 2 million euros funded by the European Programme for Research and Innovation, Horizon Europe. And I firmly believe that it's extremely important that we build this global one-stop shop for knowledge exchange, which will really accelerate the transition and avoid duplication of efforts. This way we can really accelerate faster together. So in conclusion, I'm really looking forward to the exciting journey ahead of us for the Urban Transition Mission. I'm very much looking forward to our ever-growing Urban Transition Mission family. And I really wish you a very successful summit. I believe that this is really a unique place where unique networks, collaborations can foster. And I also hope that this is not the end, but the continuation of our journey, which will also then continue at COP28 in Dubai. And I really hope to see that we can reap the benefits of our joint efforts and we can continue to develop solutions for the citizens in the cities and inspire other cities worldwide to join our Urban Transition Mission family. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Rosalinda, and thank you for your leadership on many of these issues through your work with Mission Innovation, but also for highlighting there some of the key activities specifically of this Urban Transition Mission. And I would just echo, for those of you perhaps in the room or joining online who are not yet part of the Mission City cohort, that opportunity to join us on that journey, and also to make use of those resources that are hosted online within the Urban Transition Mission Center. So that's a set of opening remarks. And next we continue with a little bit of scene setting. One presenter online, but two in person, who I would like to invite to join me on stage here. First of all, Minister Mazniku, Minister for Local Government from Albania. Please join us on the stage. And we heard during those opening remarks about the importance of finance, and we're delighted to have with us also Luis Tineo, Interim CEO for the World Bank's Climate Investment Fund. And again, if we're lucky and the technology is with us, then also joining us online is Asif Noah Shah, a specialist on inclusion and constituency engagement for the COP28 presidency. We at the Global Covenant of Mayors have been working particularly closely with them through a partnership that what they have with Bloomberg Philanthropies leading towards COP28. And as part of our scene setting, then it would be great to hear a few words from you, Asif, on the road towards COP28 for subnational action, and the way that this program and work through programs of this type can then help get us on the road towards COP28. So over to you.
Good morning, everyone, excellencies and fellow attendees. Can you hear me well?
Or not? Okay. First of all, then let's shuffle the order and see how we go. Then, Minister, let me turn to you next. Would be wonderful to hear remarks in your role as local government minister for Albania. Please come to the podium and share with us your thoughts on how this mission can make a contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear friends, and thank you very much to the City of Riyadh for hosting us in this very important and interesting event, and option to have discussion in a very, very crucial topic. I'm going to start by telling you a story which I say very frequently to a lot of our staff, and I believe it's sometimes crucial to this. It's an anecdote about animals in a forest, where basically a rabbit is very upset because everyone picks on the rabbit. So he gets told that he should go and meet the owl. The owl is very smart and can tell him how to solve this problem that he has, that everyone picks on him. So he goes and meets the owl and tells him, listen, owl, I have this issue, everyone picks on me. How do I deal with this? And the owl thinks very carefully about this and tells him, you should become a lion. In the moment you become a lion, nobody's going to pick on you anymore. And the rabbi is very impressed by this answer and says, so how do I become a lion? And then the owl says, I only do strategies, I don't do action plans. Quite frequently, we're faced in the city level with a similar dilemma as the owl and the rabbit, in a situation in which we need to figure out solution to very specific tangible problems that the cities face. And quite often we then are faced with the owl proposition, with strategies that seem very interesting, very useful, but that are matched with a very difficult attached action plan on how you actually implement them, how you actually get them done. I come from both this perspective. In my previous job, until a few weeks ago, I was working at the city level in the city of Tirana, where you're a little bit more the rabbit, where you actually have to get stuff done, when you have to get things to happen. In the last few weeks, I've changed my job and have now gravitated towards the owl, where basically strategies are a bit more important. I believe that we need them both. We need both decent strategies, but we also need to have actionable action plans that can really change things. One of the most interesting quotes that I've read recently is from a quote that says, the 19th century was a century which was globally mostly dominated from empires. So the discussion of the world is in the empire level. The 20th century was the century which was mostly dominated from nation states. So various nation states were among the political, economical debate in the world. The 21st century looks like always more and more is going to be the century of cities. Most of the innovation, most of the change, most of the new things we see, most of the challenges we face happen in the city level and are also to be solved in the city level. So I think that challenges like this one, like the challenge of having environmentally sustainable or net zero cities, it's definitely a challenge that can and must be met in the city level, while we also need a central government or a central strategizing level. The actual tangible changes will have to happen in the city level. A few examples of what we've been doing in Albania, and specifically in the city of Tirana, in connection to this are connected to, and I'm going to mention quickly only 3 of those things which we believe are important. One of them has to do with mobility, because we believe that one of the crucial elements when it comes to energy is the issue of mobility, and needs to be tackled from both the type of mobility that we have. So we've been focusing a lot more on green transport, but also on transport that's more sustainable. We build bike lanes. We believe that one of the ways that you can offset a lot of the energy requirements on mobility are connected to having more people walking and more people biking, because that means less people in a car. And we've been focusing on creating bus lines that are fully green. And we have a clear plan for the next 5 years to change all of the fleet of buses to full electric buses that are also coupled with a solar power plant, which will do all of the charging. So basically, the whole fleet of the city in the next 5 years will be a fully self-sustainable system from the energy perspective. So the buses will go to a depot where they will be charged through solar energy that will be stored there throughout the day, and then they'll be able to move throughout the day, basically. The other issue is we are working, and this is something that a few cities are working, but on energy production from the city perspective. So not energy production at the city level, but from the city. Basically, we're investing on creating a solar power plant, which is going to be owned and operated from the city, and which will close all of the needs that the city has from the energy perspective in terms of transport, in terms of public building need for energy. And the idea is that at least from the perspective of public needs, schools, kindergartens, public lighting, public transport, the city will become, from this perspective, a net zero structure as public administration. Then, of course, we have a lot more to do to turn the city as a whole in it. The third element that I want to mention quickly is what we call nature-friendly solutions. And already since the planning stage, we've been aiming to create mechanisms that are that require little energy or no energy, or that can reuse as much as possible the resources. For example, we built we rebuilt the main square in Albania, the Skanderbeg Square, which is basically our national central square. And part of the design plans was the capacity to store throughout the winter a huge amount of water underneath the square, where we built huge water tanks, which is then used throughout the summer to water the parks all around the square. Even though Albania is relatively rich in water sources, we believe that the best thing to do was to actually be able to store the water of the rain and then reuse that water for both the planting of trees, watering of trees and plants in the square, but also for the fountains. So that system in a way also recycles its own water and manages to create a solution which is friendly to the environment without creating a lot of energy needs within the system. So I mentioned three as an approach, as a mechanism to touch a little bit maybe on the discussion and as a way on how we should and could see forward. Thank you very much.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the remarks, and great to hear from the first of our representatives today, setting out some very practical actions that are being taken on the ground, and we look forward to hearing from many others during the course of the day. And again, a multi-sectoral approach addressing energy and transport that I took away key messages from there. So thank you, Minister, for those remarks. Next, we'll go online. Asif, nice to see you. Hopefully we now also hear you. Over to you for a few minutes for some remarks on behalf of the presidency.
Thank you, Andy, and good morning, Excellencies and fellow attendees. Can you hear me well? Hello?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you so much. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but perhaps an intro initially into the presidency's overall vision, which is built around this global stocktake concept, which essentially means that this year, the year that COP28 is being held, is a crucial year for global climate change negotiations as a whole, because we will be taking stock of all the commitments, pledges, targets that have been set in the preceding 8 years since Paris, and understanding what that all amounts to. Recognizing the gaps between commitment and delivery that still exist, and most importantly, identifying the solutions, the mechanisms, the partnerships that will be critical to filling those gaps. And in accordance with that overall umbrella, there are 4 key areas that the presidency is focusing on, and that encompass essentially all the different areas of work that make up the presidency's action agenda and approach to COP28. The first is fast-tracking the energy transition, recognizing the need for a just, orderly, responsible transition to net zero. The second is ensuring that climate finance, and just to add under that first pillar, this includes both renewables, but also looking at some of the end uses of energy and understanding how to decarbonize and make those more efficient. So coupling a focus on renewable energy and expanding capacity for that across the world by 2030, with a focus on energy efficiency, on cooling, on innovative technologies such as hydrogen. I think that's somewhere where there's a real alignment between the mission of the Urban Transitions Mission to scale up those kinds of solutions within cities and contribute to the overall increase in renewable energy and energy efficiency around the world. The second piece is around climate finance and ensuring that global systems of climate finance are working the way they need to, are delivering the resources that are needed on the ground in the areas which need them most and which historically get them least, and ensuring that there is consistent funding for those critical sectors that need to receive the resources to actually action decarbonization and resilience in a scalable way. The third piece is around putting nature, people, lives, and livelihoods at the heart of our response. And this is where the COP28 presidency is really looking at nature-based solutions, which the Honorable Minister mentioned in his remarks, looking at health, looking at water, looking at food systems, and understanding how all of these different sectors really intersect with our climate change goals and ambitions, and ensuring that there is a strong mainstreaming of these various action areas within the COP28 agenda. And the last pillar, which is both a standalone pillar but also a cross-cutting one, is underpinning all of this with full inclusivity. And what this means is ensuring that everyone has a seat at the table and everyone's voices are heard, especially those who historically have not been heard and who've had the greatest stake. So both in terms of making sure there's strong balance between global north and global south, but also ensuring groups like indigenous peoples, youth, women and girls have that seat at the table. This also includes local leaders, and many of you may have heard a few weeks ago at the UN General Assembly, during the UN General Assembly High Level Week, the presidency and Bloomberg Philanthropies, under the partnership that Andy referenced earlier, announced the first ever local climate action summit at a COP. And this will be taking place in the first 2 days with a complementary focus on local energy transitions, on local climate finance, on multi-level partnerships, and on local adaptation and resilience and strengthening that at the local level. So the presidency very much recognizes the critical role that local leaders and cities and regions and subnational actors writ large play in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement and helping national governments realizing their commitments and their ambitions. And that's something I think is reflected in the Urban Transitions Mission. Cities aren't just places where solutions are deployed, they must be places where solutions are developed. And that is a and they are. And that is something that we hope to demonstrate not just at the beginning of COP during that local climate action summit, but also on December 6th, which is our multi-level action, urbanization, built environment and transport day. And that day will really be an extension of the conversations and the announcements and the outcomes from the local climate action summit, whereby we'd like to position multi-level action and multi-level partnership as a critical means of implementation for the Paris Agreement. We'd like to highlight urbanization as an opportunity for really integrated, holistic, and inclusive climate action that brings together solutions that are cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, and multi-level, and also bring communities and people closer to the process. And lastly, really elevate the importance of the built environment and transport. So those critical urban systems within global climate discourse, and highlight the intersections they have with particularly with energy industry and a just transition. So this day is really going to be about fostering that radical collaboration and partnership, not just between levels of government, but between actors across all of the value chain. So private sector, civil society, so on and so forth, that are needed to fast track the different transitions that are really critical to a net zero and resilient future. So with that, I'd like to thank all of you and Andy and the Global Government Affairs and the Urban Transitions Mission, and look forward to seeing you at COP28.
Thank you so much for those remarks on behalf of the presidency, and great to hear that there's so much alignment, both with what we'll hear from a number of city representatives during the course of today, but also through this partnership towards COP28. Thank you so much, Asif. Next, then I'm going to turn to Luis Tineo, Interim CEO of the Climate Investment Fund, to also help us set the scene from the CIF perspective. Over to you.
Good morning. I'm humbled to be here next to Minister Mansuki, and also learning from all of you, particularly from the Director General and Mr. Shah. I think that for setting the scene, I like to first acknowledge the invitation. Thank you, UTM, for bringing us on board and being a good partner. Second, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for organizing this amazing Climate Week, and to all of you here present and engaged in the discussions during the day. I will deliver my remarks perhaps in three parts. The first one is to give you a bit of a background as to why the Climate Investment Funds is an important partner to this initiative. The second is the core of what we are here, the opportunities and the challenges that we have ahead. And the last but not least, what we can offer to you more concretely. If I go by the first, the CIF is a pioneer. The Climate Investment Funds funded in 2008 is a pioneer in climate finance. What we are trying to do here is to promote a model with three parts. One, a focus on developing countries. The second and key is to bring together concessional finance to de-risk investment projects. And the third and fundamental is to mobilize the multilateral development banks around these initiatives. So we are partnering in about 75 countries. And since 2008, 15 years later, we are very proud of showing a good record. The first is with about $15 billion, we have been able to mobilize about 70 billion already. And using this model has proven quite successful everywhere. That's why at this point, I think that the CIF is recognized globally, and we are key participants in key fora, including this one, and in particular with the UTM. Having said that, I'd like to go into what is important. What are the challenges and the opportunities that we have? Minister from Albania already outlined the set of issues that he faces in his own country when we were there. Also with the mayor, we started to see the many challenges that we have in managing the cities. It's in the news, right? What we saw in the heat waves in Morocco, or what we saw in the flooding in Libya, to say a couple. What we have seen, say, in Kiribati, because of the sea level rise. I mean, this country is sinking. And we see on and on and on this. So I think that for this audience, the challenges are clear. What is not that clear, and I feel like this is in the opportunities. How to turn the challenges into opportunities. And in this case, I think that the CIF is providing quite a good examples for that. The climate crisis, you would agree that is a city crisis. It is in cities where we have the problems of emissions. It's where in the cities where we see also problems of population growth, density. We see the issues of systems and system transitions happen fundamentally in cities. So when we refer to the climate crisis and trying to meet the goals of Paris, in practical terms, we are talking about the cities. And there are a few who are already bringing a few cases of what happens if we don't address the climate crisis. At the same time, we see numbers of examples of cities who are addressing the issues. In terms of the opportunities, cities are supposed to deliver services, to bring productivity of individuals, and be inclusive at the same time. But if you see the state of cities today, we see, high density, poor delivery of services, and deficits in infrastructure. So the fundamental purpose of a city is still to be made. And if we take the opportunities faced by the climate crisis, we are looking into the cities of the future. These cities need to be sustainable, livable, right? And that relates to the issues that we are addressing here. They need to be low carbon, and they need to be resilient. When we are talking about low carbon, it's addressing the issue of the use of energy consumption out of fossils, and the high level of emissions that we have here. In the past 2 years, according to the World Bank data, it shows that 70% of the emissions come from the cities, but they are growing every year. And we can name, the few cities where we have, this fast growing energy consumption. Need to address those. And in that's where I feel like the CIF has a role to contribute. This is my last part. We are right now building upon 15 years of successful investments through the model that I described. We are calling it the Smart Cities Program. And we want to bring this to your attention, because obviously it is in exchanging with you when we will build the best program that we can offer to different countries and different cities. In building this program, we have, it's not that we are beginning at ground zero. We have, probably 60% of our portfolio of investments are in cities. What we want now is to consolidate, this experience and put together one dedicated program that can target, key cities around the world. We have examples, and I'm very proud to say that, for example, what we are doing these days in Mozambique, in Beira, is an incredible experience as in making this model workable. The first thing, and I think that in that's what the CIF brings, is the element of concessionality that is needed. I believe that most of you must acknowledge that it's not at the planning level where we have the problems, because we have smart people. And the minister, for example, outlined already quite the number of good ideas that he has. But I'm sure that the minister must acknowledge that the problem that you face is in how to de-risk these good ideas that you have, where the public sector doesn't have enough resources. Probably your country doesn't want to get too much into debt. You want to mobilize the private sector, and therefore you middle piece that we call concessional finance. Concessional finance plays two roles. One is we take on significant risk on behalf of our client, so that the client can mobilize private sector capital at significant lower rates, especially if you use the multilateral development banks, such as the World Bank or the EBRD. They are extremely good partners with us, and they are ready to mobilize significant resources, because in these institutions, the climate crisis is quite a priority. So then you have the multiplier effect of mobilizing the capital that you need for these years. That's what we want to promote here through the Smart Cities program. Again, I mentioned the example we had in Mozambique, but we have many others, and we are building upon these 15 years of experience and offer that to all of you. In closing, I'd like to say only one thing. Nobody can do it alone. The minister cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone in the CIF. Andrew cannot do it alone in the UTM. We need to play, with all possible partners and actors. And we want in the CIF to be one of those, very humble, but very dedicated to the cause of fighting climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Luis, for those very thoughtful remarks, but also very clear on the role that CIF can play. And we'd very much like to welcome you into the Urban Transitions Mission Partnership to work with our cohort of cities, but also so that we can build on that advice and the experience that you've had over many years through CIF. So thank you very much. I'm not going to summarize too much more at this stage, but just to say that hopefully that's helped us to set the scene, both from global, from national, and from a finance perspective, as well as hearing from key partners in the Urban Transitions Mission. Please join me in once again thanking all of our panelists. And I'm going to hand directly over to our fabulous mission director, Giorgia Rambelli, for the next panel session. Thank you both very much.
Thank you very much, Andy, and good morning also from my side. As Andy mentioned, I have the pleasure to be the director of the Urban Transitions Mission, and today we have heard a little bit about how to set the scene, what should we want to consider when we start discussion about how do we future-proof our urban infrastructure. Now we move to a bit of a reality check. That's the name of the panel that we are about to start. We know that the mission of our mission is really to mobilize partners and policymakers and innovation leaders across the board, but also across sectors. And that we try to support the 48 ambitious cities that have already joined on this journey, really to pursue their efforts toward climate neutrality and resilient future. So today we want to talk a little bit about the vision that these cities have, the challenges that they are facing, but also the solutions that they are implementing. And to do that, I'll be joined by a fantastic panel, starting with, first and foremost, Dr. Aroma Revi is the director of the Institute for Human Settlement and one of the leading authors of the IPCC, and a dear friend with whom we worked to develop together and to provide input from cities into the latest summaries for urban policymakers of the 6th assessment report. So I hope, Haro, you can hear us on online remotely.
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me too.
While we check the connection with Haro, I'll also like to introduce quickly other two panelists that will be connecting with us. We will have the pleasure of having Masato Fujimoto, is the mayor of Tokorozawa, Japan, and Mohamed Sefiani, the mayor of Chefchaouen in Morocco. We hope that this panel will be able to give you a bit of a feeling for where city stands in their transition and how they will be able also to shape through peer-to-peer exchanging and partnership their future to a more sustainable urban future. Just checking with my colleagues here what is happening with the online connection.
I'm available here, Georgia, if you can hear me. I can see you.
Okay, we seem to have a challenge. Oh, I see Haro, perfect. I see Mayor Sefiani. That's good. You can hear us fine?
Yes, Georgia, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me clearly?
We can, perfect. So I already introduced you, and I think everyone is very excited about hearing from you, Haro. So without any further hesitation, please, the floor is yours for setting the scene on this very important point of having a bit of a reality check on what's the future of infrastructure in urban transitions.
Thank you, Georgia. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me here, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The news is mixed, both from the science side as we enter the stocktake, from the IPCC and other agencies, but also from the implementation end. And the reason that I'm saying the news is mixed is because the global transition, as far as climate is concerned, as far as biodiversity is concerned, and as far as sustainable development is concerned, is pivotally connected to cities. And cities are both doing fairly well, but the overall system is not doing very well at all. So where we are today, after sort of 8 years plus of Paris, is that we are heading for a 1.5 degrees overshoot. I was one of the sort of lead authors of the 1.5 report. And in 2018, I think one of the clear messages is that we can do this. We know what the solutions are. We can make it happen. But the reality on the ground, especially for mayors, for people implementing processes in cities, is very far from that, especially after COVID. So the operational challenge for us today is to bring 4 things together. The first thing is the delivery of basic services, of the everyday work that mayors and local government does in terms of actually making cities run. So whether it's health or education or dealing with buildings. The second thing, so that's kind of the development of the sustainable development agenda. The second thing is we have to do both mitigation and adaptation together, because we're almost at close to 1.2 degrees of overshoot at the global scale. We know that for many cities across the world, we're well above 2 degrees because of a whole range of other processes. So locally, we're clearly on an overshoot trajectory. So we have to do something really quickly to decarbonize. And we've heard colleagues and mayors and ministers speak about the importance of doing that, and cities are very critical. But we have to, because of the overshoot imperative, to also deal with resilience. Just after the General Assembly, I was in New York and had this unfortunate experience of a city that experienced Sandy, that has one of the most advanced investment programs in the world in terms of building resilience, but effectively was in deep trouble for at least 2 or 3 days when it was actually shut down. The good news, of course, was this the warning systems worked. So whether it is the most advanced cities in the world or smaller towns across the global south, including in countries in the Arab region, the core question for us is how can we do adaptation, mitigation, and sustainability together? And this is a hard question. We're not designed to do that. Most of our systems are not organized for it, and I'll speak to that in a second. But there's one more, or let's say I would say two more other imperatives that come from this sort of conjoint polycrisis. Once we go beyond 1.5 and we start hitting 2, we have a serious question in terms of delivery of basic ecological services. Biodiversity is a very serious challenge, and as we know across the world, and this is very much true of the Arab region, two of the proximate challenges to urban sustainability and to people in cities is actually the availability of food and water. So we have to integrate the food security and water security agenda into the larger regional urban sustainability agenda. So we're building not only resilience to deal with hard infrastructures, but the soft one along with that. So that's the other challenge that we have. And finally, because we had to deal with the question of an overshoot, the imperative of capturing and storing carbon will also sort of land itself in urban and regional processes that are there. So all those four things. First, dealing with sustainable development and the delivery of basic services. The second, dealing with mitigation and decarbonization. The third is building resilience of all forms of systems. And the fourth, dealing with biodiversity at the same time. Now, this seems like a hard thing to do, but in many parts of the world, I think attempts have been made, and we clearly know that there are a whole range of solutions. In fact, in the IPCC, over many years, we've assessed about 50 different solution sets that come together to, in a sense, set up these transitions. So let me outline what those are, and it's important to try and understand how they are and how they can work together. The most obvious one is the energy transition, which is actually making significant progress in many parts of the world. Some countries have already made a very significant commitment and progress in that particular case. Many cities are actually ahead of the national governments in making this happen. So the energy transition, I would say, is the minimum criteria for making things forward. The other thing that we often forget about is the industrial transition. And the reason the industrial transition is important is whether it's a retrofit of existing cities in many parts of the global north, but also in places where there's a long history of city building, like in the Arab region, or in areas in Africa and in Asia where new cities are being built as hundreds of millions of people come into cities. We need to look at the material composition of what the built environment is going to work on. It doesn't help to try and transition your energy services to renewables without actually looking at the embodied energy or the energy that's required for cooling, for a whole range of other processes. So looking at concrete, steel, glass, all the other materials that build up our built environment are going to be important, plus their configuration space, which means that it's critically related to how urban planning has played itself out. And we have to, in a sense, in a world where heat is becoming a very significant issue, we have to start thinking quite differently as far as that's concerned. So that's the second transition, energy transition, the industrial transition. Of course, the pivotal transition, which I'm going to spend most of the time talking about, is about the urban and the infrastructure transition, which in some senses brings all of these things together, not only from the climate point of view, but I would say from the development perspective, because the real challenge for us is we're going to be adding hundreds of millions of people in informal settlements, maybe billions of people in urban settlements across the world, but of course in particular geographies, including the one that we're in just now. So the urban and the infrastructure transition is going to be important, not only for climate, but also for dealing with questions of employment, dealing with questions of livelihood, dealing with questions of basic services and green jobs. And we have to look at this in, I would say, in a fairly integrated manner. And as we can see, whether it is the European Green Deal, the BRI in some senses, the major post-COVID reconstruction processes, including the big initiative in North America, infrastructure is being used as a means of trying to stabilize and grow national and, of course, urban economies across the world. The challenge, of course, for us is that the urban and the infrastructure transition is constrained, but I would say two things. One thing, of course, is the question of ecological services. People talk about nature sensitive solutions, nature resilient solutions, et cetera, but the real question, of course, for us is cities are wonderful. They bring together a whole range of positive processes, but they concentrate risk in significant ways, both climate risk and other forms of risk. So to deal with that, we need to build resilience. And the two things in which resilience is fairly weak in urban areas is, of course, food supply, water, and in areas where air pollution is a significant issue, dealing with air pollution. So dealing with this agenda simultaneously, I think, is the most important question. The challenge for us is to develop a planning and implementation framework that allows us to do that. And how can that be done? I think the most significant challenge we face in that is multi-level governance, the integration of local action with what happens at regional scale. You cannot deal with questions of water security without looking at regional questions. You can't even deal with questions of air pollution without looking at regional questions, even if you had very good transportation systems. The second thing, of course, as we've heard and we know very clearly, is the massive lack of financing. You know, there's a huge infrastructure financing gap pretty much across the world. There's an even more serious gap in trying to build resilient infrastructure. And here I'll give you a couple of important numbers. The global economy now is about 100 trillion in terms of output. Cities produce about 70 trillion. But the challenge, and we just released a report at the General Assembly, the challenge is the impact of disaster risk and climate risk is adding up to almost 1% of global GDP. So we're losing somewhere between 800 billion to $1 trillion a year of possibly $3 trillion worth of growth to the impact of these risks. And 70% of that is coming from climate-related risks at the moment at 1.1 degrees. So at 1.5 degrees, we can expect it to grow much more significantly. Hence the imperative to act and accelerate and deliver all of these 4 transitions I talked about. But the most important one that we learned about in COVID is what we call the societal transition. It's a demand-side process. What we found in the IPCC is anywhere between 30 to 50% of emissions can be reduced by making significant shifts on the demand side, whether it's energy efficient buildings or dealing with new forms of transportation and efficient transportation systems, or of course the more difficult question of making dietary shifts. So when you bring all of these things together, which is what I would say cities have the potential to do a tremendous amount on, then you have the opportunity of actually taking ourselves on a net zero resilient pathway. We cannot hold on to the orthodoxy that we've had for almost 30 years since Rio, that we can do these things one by one. Unfortunately, they have to be implemented simultaneously with limited resources, and hence the pivotal role of innovation, societal innovation, of course, because you have to mobilize people, communities, institutions, the private sector, etc., along with local governments. Innovation on technology, because that's what gives you the factor 2, factor 4 advantages. And of course, institutional and financial innovation, which allows us to bring these processes together. So the answers are known. It is difficult to implement it. We have to implement it at multiple levels. But the fact is, if we have to proceed over the next 15 or 20 years and build a better world for 7 to 8 billion people who are going to be living in urban areas from small towns all the way to mega urban regions, this is, in a sense, the only way forward. So all of these transitions, in some senses, come together in what one would call the sort of urban revolution, which we hope to see if we have to make the lives of large numbers of people much better than they are, and certainly more resilient and more equitable as we go forward. So I will stop there.
Thank you so much for the great introduction. I think it was really painting a stark picture of the challenges the cities are facing, and also the fact that, of course, they are not only carrying the weight of a wonderful opportunity to make the transition happen on the ground, but also bearing the brunt of climate change. And I'm very proud to say that, of course, our mission understands that very well. And this is why we are not only looking into fostering urban transitions to a net zero future, but we want to do that in a systemic and holistic manner, considering resilience and circularity as key elements for the future. And I will come back to you, Aromar, in a little bit to get a little bit more of your thoughts around what is potential of innovation for cities in really driving forward these transitions. But before I return to you, I would like to give the floor now to Mayor Masato Fujimoto from the city of Tokorozawa. The city of Tokorozawa has been part of our urban transition mission for the past year. They have been envisioning their own future, and in particular trying to leverage the energy transition locally by also engaging their communities and their citizens. So I think the mayor will paint a little bit of a vision on that transition for us today. Mayor, the floor is yours. We can hear you. Yeah.
Thank you, Georgia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Masato Fujimoto, Mayor of Tokorozawa in Japan. It is my great honor and pleasure to attend this UTM Summit, along with mayors, experts, and practitioners from all over the world. Today, I'd like to give a short presentation about our strategy toward zero carbon society, focusing on clean energy. Tokorozawa City is a suburb of Tokyo in Saitama Prefecture, located 30 kilometers from Tokyo, with a population of 340,000. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Okay. First, let me talk about why I place the highest importance on achieving zero carbon society. You may remember the Great East Japan earthquake and Fukushima nuclear power plant accident in 2011. It was urgent for us to respond quickly to secure energy and to strengthen resilience. As a first step, Tokorozawa City started installing renewable energy facilities in public areas, such as solar panels on waste landfill. Then, in 2018, the city worked on successful public-private partnership to establish local electric retailer, Tokorozawa Future Electric Power, TFEP in short, to reduce city external energy dependence and to achieve zero carbon city. The green energy generated at city facilities are purchased by TFEP and are distributed citywide. TFEP brings about many positive impacts on Tokorozawa City. For example, TFEP provides electricity to most of the city facilities, and it leads to huge CO2 emission reduction. Also, Tokorozawa City has received $1.4 million revenue in the last 3 years by selling green energy to TFEP. The revenue goes to the city fund to subsidize eco-friendly housing renovation and renewable energy installation for city residents and business. This helps to achieve both circular economy and zero carbon city in Tokorozawa. Lastly, I'd like to mention the importance of engaging citizens to achieve zero carbon society by 2050. We are now revising Tokorozawa Climate Action Plan to show our strong commitment. During its revising process, we with the Citizens Assembly on Climate, the environment policies and projects requested by the Assembly members are incorporated into the action plan. I believe improving stakeholder engagement is a key to achieve zero carbon city, as well as increasing the investment in green infrastructure. That is all for my presentation. I hope everyone had a fruitful discussion throughout the summit, and my presentation could provide some insights to stimulate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor, for your presentation and for giving us a glimpse of the vision and of the trajectory that the city of Tokorozawa has been taking in the past years, but also for giving us a sense of where the city is heading, not only in terms of exploring solutions, technologies, and new innovative ways to regulate also its ambition to become climate neutral, but also for sharing some of the thoughts on how you're planning to bring your citizens together. Thank you, and very inspiring. I understand that you are heading now to a council meeting, so you were not able to join us today. We are very thankful nonetheless for your time, and we look forward to continue the conversations with your colleagues, who I believe will be connected for the rest of the day. So thank you very much, Mayor Fujimoto, once again for taking part. And I would like now to thank you. I would like now to go to our third and final, but of course by no means the least panelist of our session. And we come a little bit closer to this region and travel to Morocco, where it's my great pleasure to give the floor to Mayor Mohamed Sefiani, Mayor of Chefchaouen, and to ask again a similar question, Mayor. What is your vision for a climate neutral, resilient future, and why did you decide to join the urban transition? And maybe if you want to share also some of the challenges that your city is facing on this pathway, we are also very curious to see what the reality check in your city looks like. The floor is yours, Mayor Sefiani.
Thank you very much, dear Georgia. Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair. Good morning, everyone, dear friends, dear colleagues. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this very important event, and I am really sorry I can't come to the beautiful city of Riyadh and take part in person. I am Mohamed Sefiani, Mayor of Chefchaouen since 2009. Chefchaouen is a blue intermediary city in northern Morocco. My city is painted blue and committed to in the Kingdom of Morocco. Public policies at the national, regional, and local level give great importance to climate, environment, and sustainable development. And this under the leadership and foresight Majesty, the King of Morocco. In this context, we decided in Chefchaouen in 2010 to be an ecological city and to work with a participatory approach in the fight against climate change, whether it be mitigation or adaptation. We have put in place action plans and we have implemented several programs and projects. In 2017, we joined Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy, GCOM, and I am very pleased that I was a board member of GCOM for 2 terms. I am currently continuing with GCOM as regional ambassador. We received technical assistance from GCOM to draw up to climate action plan in 2017, and this year we updated with the support of ClimaMed. In 2018, Chefchaouen developed its 2030 vision with the support of UCLD. The city outlined a future where climate action, local economic development, and sustainable development meet with a participatory approach. This 2030 vision of Chefchaouen translates into action plans across the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. Basic infrastructure, local economic development, climate, energy, water are essential areas to outline the future in the years to come. We have worked hard to develop sustainable tourism that respect local culture, nature, and environment. I believe that the city has become one of Morocco's must-see destinations and has been ranked by specialist tourism organizations as one of the most beautiful cities in Morocco. This puts more pressure on us to respect the environment and deal with climate change. Shown is wasting no time increasing ambition to meet the goals of the Paris Agreement and achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. The city, which values its human height, works to raise awareness on climate issues, advocating the climate approach and pursuing strategic planning. The climate dimension is embedded in energy efficiency action, water access projects, and infrastructure planning. We have worked on healthy and sustainable food from the field to the table, which respects culture and environment. Chefchaouen has been classified as universal heritage of humanity by UNESCO. The challenges related to water in our region are really important, and in recent years, we have experienced drought. That is why, and as part of multi-level partnership, we have set up a major project to secure the supply of drinking water to the city of Chefchaouen. We've also been working hard on energy efficiency in buildings and public lighting, as well as the use of renewable energy, particularly solar power. Last year, with the support of ICLEI, we joined the Race to Zero and Race to Resilience, and we were delighted to be among the first 48 cities worldwide selected to join the Urban Transition Mission, UTM, and also to be among the first cities in UTM Global Innovation Alliance. I'm very confident of the Urban Transition Mission contribution to my city because we know the constraints and challenges. We have our action plan, but we need to innovate to be able to implement this action plan. Technical assistance is very, very important for us, and it will enable us to build up a database and gain easier access to climate finance, both for mitigation and adaptation. Peer learning with other cities is also a great opportunity to implement our project. In the end, I can say that it is becoming very urgent to activate the implementation. And as I always said, implementation, implementation, implementation. Thank you very much. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Mayor Sefiani. I have to admit, I've been quoting you several times when you say implementation, 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 because I think it really captures, I think, the feeling of the most ambitious cities that we have the pleasure to be working with within the Urban Transition Mission, but also the Global Covenant of Mayors, to really make this transition happen on the ground. So thank you very much for that. But I promised that I would have some follow-up question. So I hope both Dr. Revi and you, Mayor Sefiani, can stay for a little bit longer. In particular, I would like to maybe pick up on some of the elements of the discussion that you have already presented on. I think both of you really refer to this importance of having a systematic approach when it comes to connect the activities that you are doing in fostering mitigation, but also implementing adaptation. And I think there is indeed a big challenge also to start thinking a little bit outside of the box in trying to bring together these different sectors. So with that in mind, and with in mind what Dr. Revi told us about how we need these four different compounded, let's say, transitions to happen at the same time. My question to you, maybe Aromar, starting with you, what is the role of innovation and what do we mean by innovation in cities when we are trying to future-proof our urban transitions?
So, Georgia, let me give you an example. one of the core challenges we have in many parts of the world, especially, let's say, in the Arab world, is actually sustainability of water systems, right? And this has to be looked at in the context of climate change, in which you will have two things. You'll have, at one end, drought, and you will also have flash floods because you have extreme events happening at the same time in both places. So we have to protect and build resilience of urban systems to both these kind of future challenges, along with delivering basic services. For that, it means the integrated management of water at the landscape scale, which basically means you have to look at micro watersheds, and both surface and groundwater. Now, typically, many of the solutions that cities across the world, especially in South Asia, have chosen is to use groundwater. Now, groundwater is effectively pumped sometimes from very deep, for example, in my city of Bangalore, sometimes 100 or 150 or 200 meters. What does that mean? That means that to access the water that gives you the security for citizens and for industry, you're spending a huge amount of energy. So if you're actually able to deal with water efficiency and energy efficiency at the same time, you're being able to deal with both mitigation and adaptation simultaneously. But you have to also protect against the challenges of flooding that will happen because we know that these extreme events are going to become more frequent and more intense. For that, what you need advanced science for early warning systems. You need systems that understand the underground terrain and how you can manage surface and groundwater together, including using advanced artificial intelligence and machine learning. But most important, you need to understand and enable consumers and citizens to manage their own water resources more effectively. You have to reduce consumption, increase efficiency as far as that's concerned, and also recycle water, and ideally use nature-based solutions, including reed beds, etc., to be able to treat that water locally across the city. So this is a way of thinking and working, which many of our cities used to have in the past because they've grown so quickly through the process of modernization, because they've had the advantage of fossil fuel and fossil water. They no longer think that way. So we have to return to some of the older ways of thinking, and we have to kind of provide the incentives and the institutional frameworks to make this work. And all of this is innovation at a very significant scale. Centrally, social innovation, because if the demand side, if the governance side doesn't change, nothing will actually happen. A lot of technical innovation as far as that's concerned, and institutional innovation so that the people dealing with groundwater can talk to people on surface water, so that your wastewater is recycled and brought back. And all of that will make for a much more sort of resilient and, let's say, a transition to carbon neutral systems just for water. And we have to do that again for every other system we're talking about in the city, for energy, for solid waste, etc.
Thank you very much for that. And I like this idea of thinking differently, innovating and thinking more systemically across the board. And I think this is very much at the core of what the Urban Transition Mission tries to do. And we have the pleasure of having a global innovation alliance of partners, of course, that are supporting us in this endeavor. They will be chairing the sessions coming up in the next half an hour. I would like maybe to go to Mayor Sefiani then with a request for a short remark from your side, Mayor. We talked about what are the opportunities among peer exchanges and learning from each other. I know you're very proud of being a global regional ambassador of the Global Covenant of Mayors. If you had a room here full of cities that have not joined quite yet the Urban Transition Mission, what do you think you would like to tell them, and what are the opportunities that you would like already to flag to exchange with your city, learn from you, but also to continue learning together?
I think that it is a great opportunity, and I say to other cities to join this global initiative, Urban Transition Mission, because in my city, for example, and many cities that I know that have joined this global initiative, that is opportunity, a space of sharing best practice, of sharing innovative solutions, of supporting cities in technical assistance, but because we need this technical assistance to implement our ideas, our projects in the ground. And in the global south, for example, and especially in the intermediate cities, we don't have sufficient resources, human resources. and expertise to innovate and to implement this project. But we have some success, many success in many areas, in energy efficiency, in renewable energy, in water, etc. So it will be opportunity to share and to exchange this best practice and innovative. And finally, I think is opportunity to have more accessibility to finance, because it's not easy for mayors, for cities to have access to international climate finance. So I think with innovative solutions, with innovative finance, we can do it and we can implement our action plans.
Thank you very much for sharing some of the gaps, but also some concrete ideas on how we can all together overcome them. I want to thank very much my panelists. Please give them a big round of applause. And it's now my pleasure to give the floor to the chair of the next session, colleague and dear friend, Masamba Chioye is the manager of the Global Innovation Hub of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Masamba, I give you the podium.
Thank you, Georgia, and good morning to all of you, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to those that are following virtually. So my name is Masamba Choi. I'm the project executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, and I'm very pleased to be part of this event. Cities are very important for us, and the collaboration that we are undertaking with UTM is also extremely important, because this is at the heart of the work that we are doing. So some word about the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. It can be characterized with a one-fold vision. We want to contribute in supporting enhanced use of innovation to serve the people and the planet. So while science is value neutral, innovation has always an agenda. And unfortunately, it has been most of the time used just to serve power. And what we are trying to do is to support enhanced use of innovation to support the many people and to support the planet. So we have a twofold mission. The first component is to contribute in accelerating and upscaling the deployment of existing climate and sustainability solution. We have actually a lot of very effective climate and sustainability solution, but they are yet to be deployed at scale. So one of the things on which we would like to contribute, working on, is to help accelerate the upscale deployment of existing climate and sustainability solution. So the second aspect of our mission is to identify the missing solution. We have some solutions that are already available, but we have also solutions that are missing, that are yet to be identified, developed, and implemented at scale. This is why we are organizing systemic innovation workshop, during which we are bringing together different type of stakeholders so that they can interact and co-create this solution. Finally, we have a threefold core value articulated around three main principles: caring, sharing, and daring. If we want to address the challenge of climate and sustainability, We need to genuinely care about the needs and the well-being of the many people and of the planet. This is very important. We need also to be daring, because most of the time we are not using effectively climate and sustainability solution, or we are not able to develop them because we are not enough ambitious when we are setting climate and sustainability goal. Most of the time, we are setting climate and sustainability goal based on our perception of what is possible, not based on what is needed. And this is precisely the gap between what is needed and what is currently possible. That is the main driver for innovation. So if we want to accelerate climate and sustainability innovation, we need to be more ambitious and set our goal and target based on what is needed, but not what is perceived as possible. And finally, the sharing component. We will not be able to address the climate challenge if you are not collaborating, radical collaboration, if you are not co-creating, if you are not sharing. So one of the mayor was talking about sharing solution. That's very, very important to be able to share a solution. It's also important to be able to share value created. So it means that the stakeholders will need to work together to co-create and share the value that they have created. And then you can understand why we consider cities as very important for the work that we are doing. Well, cities meet all these conditions. Cities are caring. They genuinely care for their citizens. Cities are daring. They are very bold when it comes to setting goal and target. Most of the time, more ambitious than the national government. And also, cities are they are sharing because they are positioning themselves most of the time as solution provider. They are not just trying to solve their own problem, but they are also sharing solution with other cities. So with this vision, one-fold vision, two-fold mission, and this three-fold core value, and the focus on needs which enable to do the right thing, the focus on systemic innovation which enable us to do it rightly. We have a framework that can, with the collaboration with UTM and the cities, lead to some concrete change on the ground. And one aspect that is very important is the urban infrastructure. And this is what this next session will be about. I will have two panelists that will be speaking at this session on resource efficient infrastructure. The first of them is Engineer Abdelaziz El Megbel, Director General for Riyadh Sustainability Royal Commission for Riyadh City. And the second is Cristana Contreras, Renca, Chile. So I will invite the first speaker, Engineer Abdelaziz El Megbel, to take the floor. Mr. Megbel, you have the floor.
Good morning again. I'm honored to present again about the Green Riyadh program, one of the most ambitious urban greening program in the world. It doesn't work. Okay. So Green Riyadh program, actually one of the greening project in the city. We aiming to plant 7.5 million of trees. This is one of the mega projects in Riyadh city, has been launched in 2019 by the custodian, the King Salman bin Abdulaziz, and it's one of the initiatives of Prince Mohammed bin Abdulaziz in Riyadh. One of the target, actually, Crown Prince, he launched last time to aim to transform Riyadh to one of the most transferable cities in the world. So this is the Riyadh city, as you can see. The urban area around 3,000, the developed area around 50% of the city. And the good thing for the city, they have two natural valley on the right side and the left side, which is called Wadi Slay, Wadi Hanifa. This actually hold the city from two sides as a green corridor. So Green Riyadh aiming to plant 7.5 million of trees in the developed area. And we're gonna see all these details and information. That means we will increase the green space per capita from 1.7 up to 28 square meter, which is 16 times. The WHO recommendation was 9 per square meter. So also we increased the greening from 1.5% up to 9%, which is around 541 kilometers square as a greening and shaded area. This Riyadh city should look like after we complete by 2030. As we mentioned, Green Riyadh already launched, already starting on the ground. Here, number of goals and impact related to the temperature, related to the social, related to the economic. One of the important parts, we're gonna reduce, inshallah, the temperature, the ambient temperature, around less than 2 degrees. And also to reduce the ambient radiant temperature, which is around from 8 to 15 degree. And that's the ultimate goal for Green Riyadh: create a shade, reduce the urban heat island, and effect by greening natural plant for reducing that temperature. In reality, Green Riyadh program is ultimate goal 7.5 million of trees, but we have number of project, which is greening project, and also implementation project, which is enabling, and soft or other project which is related to the policies and partnership. So in the greening project, we have in the city scale around number of elements, such as big city parks, such as big development for the mosque, and etc. Inside the neighborhood, we have a small neighborhood, we have a street, we have number of schools. All these figures, as you can see in the screen, as a target by Green Riyadh. We have 120 neighborhood, and that neighborhood started already. We launched around 8 neighborhoods construction for planting and landscaping. Part of the major enable for this Green Riyadh project is the TSE, and the huge system actually in the city has been launched, which is to recycle the wastewater treatment in the city 100%. We're going to use that. The system or the network in the city has been launched. We're going to reuse around 1,700,000 cubic meter per day. And there are other mega projects will connected and get that benefit from the system in one time. Other major enable for Green Riyadh, building the capacity for the nursery. That's 2 days ago for the picture, one of our nursery. We produce around 3 million of seedling, and we participate with local farms and local nursery to growth with us some part or some percentage of the greening or the plant. and the remaining we take care according to our standing. And this is the important here to use the some trees which is either approved live in Riyadh city or use the local native. Also, we have other part of the program which is related to the standards, related to the guidelines, related to the policy. All that we are working now to meet our target for greening. So in reality, the greening project actually, this is the ultimate, but there are a lot of things related to the research, related to the lab, and etc. To help green Riyadh in the city. This is one of the designs parks, city parks we have in Riyadh city, now in the tendering phase for construction. As you can see, this is one of the wadi or valley, which is dry valley. We use that as one of the infrastructure, green infrastructure in the city, which is related to the function for the stormwater drainage, plus a greening corridor within the neighborhood. Number of city parks, number of neighborhood parks, as you can see, those number of renders, as we mentioned, 7 neighborhoods on construction right now to cover all greening aspect, to create a connectivity in the neighborhood, create connectivity for the social, between mosque, between school, between parks, and etc. I will try to fast a bit. If you can see, this is a real project. This is real project, has been launched in 2019. Riyadh City hosted the G20 in Riyadh. We make it that as a fast track. As you can see, this is the real photo or pictures from that time. So as you can see, we bring the greening in the city. We are transforming the city, inshallah, to one of the most sustainable in gentrification, in junction, in main road, and etc. Part of our participation, we use the empty plot, which is not yet developed, which is belong to the private. We make that greening, use that land as well as temporary nursery. We use land for planting and participating from the community as well. Thank you very much.
I would like to maybe follow up with a very short, quick question. Green infrastructure are extremely important because they can contribute to the well-being of people, and they are also a good solution to address the challenges of climate. What recommendation would you make to other cities that would like to replicate what you have already done? Because I think it's a very interesting solution. What are the key recommendations that you could provide to other cities if they wanted to replicate what you have already done here?
The important part here is the sustainability for trees and available water, and we should use the resource water, renewable source water, either for treated water or any kind of available water. The important here to use the special species which is live or can contribute in the city with our temperature, as long as meet the targets for the irrigation, meet the target for the quality of the trees.
Thank you. Thank you so much, and very excellent presentation. Now we will move to the next presentation with Cristina Contreras, which will focus on solution for water management.
Is it working? Yeah. No, don't worry. So based on water solutions, we already made our water strategy, which we wanted to make the city more resilient in a sustainable way. So we consider all the community and all the stakeholders as private sector ONGs to develop this water strategy. We are focused in two main problems. I would say that we are facing in Chile, all the central area from the north to the middle south in Chile. Chile is located in South America, so we are facing that problem. Lately, we were facing like a huge rainy season, so we faced some flood area in the city. We developed a testing project about infiltration system in the city, so we avoid at least 2 or 3 points of flooding city for some communities. So they said, okay, this is working. So we are facing the new raining patterns in a different way. So they really appreciate that. And I wanted to highlight our main project in our Metropolitan Park. We have one of the island hill in the city. So we want to develop that as a metropolitan park for giving green areas to the inhabitants in our city. Actually, Renca has like around 1.9 to 2.0 square meter of green areas per inhabitant, which is really quite close to what you said before. So with this metropolitan park, we wanted to achieve at least like between 9 and 10 square meter of green area per inhabitant. But for doing this, we want to develop some water system to irrigate all this hill, which is a huge challenge because this hill is almost 1,000 meter height. So we want to achieve that for irrigation. That irrigation system will need energy. We want to pump the water from the bottom to the top. So we already developed a water strategies just for this specific hill. We are engaging the private companies and saying like, hey, if you use water in this city, you are in charge of giving your water to irrigate this hill. So we are facing all the law restrictive system to reuse this water. We are developing some infiltration areas in this hill to save this water and then kind of irrigate all the green areas in this park. Up to 2024, we want to achieve like 8,000 new trees in our Renca Hill. This is the Renca Hill. So up to date, like 2023, we already achieved like last week, I think, 74,000 trees. So we almost have like 20 more thousand approximately of new trees we want to reforestate in this hill. It's a huge challenge, but we already committed with the community in Renca. They are really happy to have new green areas and access to these areas for leisure. And we are engaging all the private sector. We all think like in Renca's municipality, like this new Renca Hill or this new park will be a new living lab in the city, so then people can enjoy this not just for entertainment or leisure, it's also a new education system, so we are really proud of that. Then they can learn about water system, how we can irrigate this, and then we can develop like a more educated society, and they can push us to construct new green areas and then to build new like sustainable solution for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And as we can see, there is a nexus between green infrastructure and water management, because as it was mentioned, you need water if you want to have green infrastructure in place. Now, what we are proposing as next step after these two presentations, I will invite the participant, the room, to reflect in this two presentations, and you have to discuss at your table what kind of inspiration you got from these two presentations in terms of what could be replicated, what are the solutions that you consider could apply to your case, or what are the challenges that you have seen if you wanted to implement this solution locally. So we will have 20 minutes for that before we move to the next part. So thank you again to our two panelists, and I would like to invite you to give them another round of applause.
Test. Say hello. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? From online participants.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me?
Hi everyone. So hi from the room. I hope you can hear us. We did experience a little bit of technical issues at the beginning. Apologies for that. As you see, we are currently in the discussion part of the
Georgia.
of the panel. So if anyone from online would like to say something or will have any discussion point for this moment, do feel free to speak up. We can do an online. The people in person, they are joining in groups around the tables, and we can do an online discussion as well.
Feel free to share your screen. I mean, to not share your screen, sorry, to show your face and to take the floor. It's just so you're not shared on the big screen, as you can see from, let's say, Georgia Rambelli's video. So it's just us online. Does anybody feel like reacting to what we just heard or sharing your experience?
Hello, Miriam. So nice to
Hi,
see you.
Kenya. Nice to see you.
Yeah, as far as I understand, so only you can see me now, so the big screen can't, yeah? So it's just like everybody can't see me now, yeah, all the rest. Hi, do you hear me well?
So you mean you cannot see the other
Yes, so I
participants?
mean like the others can't see me, so we are talking now kind of only online, like face to face.
Yes, exactly. So the people present here are all grouped in the tables. I believe you can see them in the feed that is shared by
I see that.
Georgia, so to say. And so we are here online. We are just hearing each other. So
yeah, that's great. It was very nice.
That's just let's say it's a virtual table.
Yeah,
I hope you all
okay.
have a coffee in the hand, and then if you want to share your challenges and on the resource efficiency infrastructure, which is the theme of this session, we are happy to have a little round.
Yeah, so right now,
You want to go
you
first?
mean right
Athena,
now,
go.
yes? Just
sorry?
So you mean right now, yeah? Because the connection seems to be not really good, and I sometimes hear
Yes.
sometimes a bit
We have about 15 minutes. before the next session, it is the inspiration board, where some selected speaker will just raise their thoughts and
Yeah.
inspire, get told how they got inspired by this discussion. So unfortunately, they will not hear what you are saying here, but
That's
we
okay.
hear,
It's
so.
okay, but it was very nice and interesting for me to hear them. Yeah, because and really so many different countries, so many different views. Yes, to their challenges and their achievements, and it was, as for me, very nice and interesting to hear about that. Because you know our challenges partially are a bit different, and partially they coincide. And I really find it so useful and informative to hear about the other people's opinions. Yeah, so because our challenges are, of course, mostly around energy issues. So industry is not such a topical issue for us. I mean, in reaching this net zero, and but energy, yes, of course, the production of energy, the energy independence. So these are the most critical issues for us, let's say. So. Yeah, and anyhow, I think like really we will get so much out of these meetings, and we have shared our challenges before, yes. So and we really need to strengthen our energy systems, yes, and we are doing that. Really pretty actively. Sorry, I was distracted. And yeah, so and we are currently working on all the possible ideas to make it and to achieve it. Yes, and we are, of course, we want also to get this net zero, and we are trying to, you know, combine everything at once. Yes, like thinking about the global goals and thinking about kind of internal country goals. Yes, so and this all I think could be really arranged for the well-being of our citizens for the future.
Oh, thank you, Xenia. Does anybody want to share thoughts and challenges or first reactions after what we heard in the presentations before? Tamsin, I saw that you were unmuting yourself. Do you want to intervene? I call names here, like like we like to do in urban transition mission. Or Beatrice, do you wanna?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was
Graeme
unmuted.
also. I see those that I can see. Beatrice, if you want to intervene, I know so you have a presentation in a minute, but if you want to tell us something on this other topic, so to say, still infrastructure, but now resource efficient. So you have the chance to say more. I think you are muted. Or I cannot hear you. Can you hear? Could you please try again?
Hey, you just tell me what to do. You know, I'm here.
I struggle to hear you, Beatrice. I don't know if you want to try to change the settings, maybe. No. We'll give the floor to Graeme if you want to intervene, and then in the meantime you can check what is maybe the headset sometimes is giving problem. Graeme, do you want to?
I just put my camera on I just put my camera on just to say hello to everyone, and
that's already good.
yeah. I haven't got anything specific to say at this point. I've always got something to say, but perhaps I should leave it to someone else who's got something useful to say at this point.
You also say useful things. Does anybody want to intervene? I think we have another 5-10 minutes, right? Don't be shy. You see that I have a double role here. I have 2 headsets, so it's not very easy to understand you. Maybe that's also the issue with the audio on my side. I see also my colleague Ben. Do you wanna join us for the session? Or the colleagues from Konotop who couldn't be here for this time.
I'm happy to jump in, Miriam,
You know,
but I also don't want to
call
take the
names,
time
so
from colleagues on the line.
Hi, Ben. Apologies, I have heard just slightly, but we will hear from you later. Jakob from Bergen, you want to say something? Or Beatrice, if you want to try again. I see you're setting the scene. Today everybody's shy or
Hi,
afraid of
can
the
you
technical hiccups that we... Yes, I hear you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
Please, floor is
Gracias.
yours.
Sorry. Thank you very much. No, I'm just wanted to say that it's been a very, very interesting session. I mean, all the things that the cities are doing all around the world are incredible. It's like so inspiring and so nice to see that every or each of us are working in the same path towards sustainability. So I'm so happy to hear from these very far away cities that are in the same path as us. It was very, very inspiring for me. Thank you. And I just wanted to ask you, Miriam, is this the right place to do the presentation later? Or shall I change
We'll call you on
my...
stage when it's the right moment, yes.
But this is the place, so I don't have to check out and check in the
No,
other...
you're in the
that
right
you did.
link.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues from Tokorozawa, I see that the camera on, you want to say something? Welcome.
Well, I just want, like Green, I just want to say hi to everyone. And also, yeah, sorry that our slide was not able to be seen when our mayor is speaking.
Sorry, there was some issue with the slide, yeah.
Yeah, well, there was some
You want to
problem.
tell us about your challenges or solutions?
What, say it again?
Yeah, sorry. Do you want to tell us about your challenges or solution in this case?
Our challenge and solution? Well, like... yeah, well, challenges. As for challenges, yeah, like, yeah, we need to get citizens to involve to use, green energy, renewable energy. That's our challenge. I mean, not only citizens, but also companies, enterprises. Yeah, we need everyone in our city to get involved, and that's our problem right now. And as for solution, that's why we are joining you.
I hope you will get plenty of inspiration from the panel and the discussions. Do you think with resource efficient infrastructure, is that going to be an easier? So you're going to be able to connect with citizens or with the business in your actions, or do you also face problems in that area?
So sorry, I don't think network is not.
Yeah, when you have plans to implement resource efficiency and actions on infrastructure, do you also face challenges to engage with citizens and business, or you have them in other areas or generally?
Well, in January, I would say. Well, our department is focusing on renewable energy, but in general, for example, next department is handling garbage, while other department is handling greenery. And we all need our citizens to get involved in some way. For example, as for greenery, to preserve or create greenery, while the trash garbage department wants citizens to decrease that amount of the trash. Does it make sense? Am I answering your question?
No, it makes sense what you say. Yeah, I was wondering maybe it's more connected to the daily problems that they can see. Like it was mentioned before by Christina on water management. It's something that the citizens can see and feel on a daily basis. So maybe I thought you may find it easier to engage with them or to bring them on board on your solutions and your strategies. Can you hear me well? I have the impression that I have a very poor microphone. Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I hear partially.
Okay. I was wondering if these things that were shared before, for example, water management or green cities plan, things that are tackling the infrastructure that the citizens and business, so to say, use on a daily basis. Maybe it's something that is easier to showcase and an easier place where the citizens can go on board. So I was wondering if you have any feeling that this is true.
I'm sorry, but after our mayor's presentation, we are away and weren't able to listening water management.
Okay.
So we just came back. So I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I didn't realize that. Then we need to organize an exchange with the colleagues of Renka and and of Riyadh, so that you actually can exchange on this, because I believe that's maybe a good place to start on infrastructure that the citizens can see. Yeah. So they tell me that we are starting again on the stage. So I thank you a lot for this interaction. I welcome next time, next block of interaction. Please come back again with your videos and chat. And I go back to the main stage. I give the floor to Masamba again.
Nice to hear you and nice to see you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, same.
Indeed. Really nice to see you all.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, nice to see you all.
So your attention, please. You have 5 minutes to finalize your discussion, and then we will have some follow-up session with 2 among you presenting what get out of their discussions. So 5 minutes. Okay, we are now moving to the last part of this session, and I will invite Young Chen from IRINA online to be on stage. So I see that you are already in place, and I will also invite Leon Jasbon from ICLE to join me on stage. So maybe starting with you, Young, what the exchange, what the two presentations that was done inspire you? Can you share with us your experience and what you see getting out of these two presentations? So, Yang, you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the moderator, and also thank you for UTM and inviting Irina to be a part of this very important discussion. And also the previous two speakers, I mean, very articulated the importance of actually the energy and the water and services in cities, which they are quite interlinked, as probably you all of you already have been aware of that. So that is, I think, critically important for cities to think through how actually they can decarbonize their energy system while providing actually the other basic services like water supply and the treatment. The reason why for that, I think there's their interaction is that water related roughly around 10% of global fresh water being used for energy purposes, and also about roughly around 4 or 5% of the energy, electricity especially, and for water supply and the treatment. So that is the numbers we have, and that is also linking to the emissions coming from if you use the fossils, and that's coming the climate for contributes negatively to climate and change. So what actually cities right now having the opportunities to use more and more renewables, and not only to their cities, they provide and lightings and also other electrical services, but also that for water supplies as well. As we've seen the quite increasing cases like, for example, in floating solars in a wastewater treatment plant, and also this is the biogas from wastewater treatment plant. So those are the options. Actually, you can see this gradually getting into the cities, and I think the key issue around here is how you balance different priorities in the city agenda. So this is that they have only a certain amount of budget, and where you put it. I think that in this regard, probably more important, I think at this stage, probably also the coming years, is that how actually mobilize the financial institutions to support cities and to get the infrastructure and built and for the future. I think that is what I take take away from this two previous speakers. I think that the discussion has been inspirational, and also this is the moment actually how we get it on the ground implemented. And so that's I like also the other speakers talking previously about implementation, and also I would emphasize the implementation at speed. We are running out of time, so that's by 2030 we need to cut the emissions roughly half, which is very challenging. And given current the policy framework, it's more or less we are very far actually away from the target. So I encourage all of you, and as you are doing a very important job, as we hope that we can work together and speed up and the energy transition and towards climate resilience and future. Thank you. This is my thought.
Thank you, Yang, for your intervention, focusing on the nexus, clean energy, water, and green infrastructure, and also the idea to prioritize, putting focus on the infrastructure of the future. This is something very important. Now I will hand over to our next speaker, Leon. Leon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Masamba. I hope you can hear me okay. Yeah, great, thanks. So it's great to be here. I'm here on behalf of ICLE, Local Governments for Sustainability, and as ICLE, we're very excited to be a supporting partner of the Urban Transitions Mission, and we're also excited to be to support the activities of the UNFCCC Global Innovation Hub through our global research and innovation strategy, where we're really aiming at ensuring that the discourse that is created through the systemic innovation process also gets kind of translated into tangible and operationalizable activities in cities on the ground, and that's what we're very happy to be engaged in both of these processes. I think we've actually heard not only from the last two cities, but across the morning we've heard many very inspiring examples that really demonstrate this kind of systems thinking approach that is needed for sustainable urban planning and development. We've really seen a lot of great examples of where we're trying to link sectors and kind of build off the synergies between different activities. Think about how the different systems in our cities connect and integrate with one another, how kind of waste in one area can actually invigorate other activities. And I think especially the last two examples were, because they were so similar in terms of how they try to use wastewater for green space, are very good examples of this system-based approach. As ICLE, we offer a lot of methodologies also as part of the UTM, and I'm not going to go too much into them, but all these methodologies entail, and I think that's also something we're seeing in these projects, is that they have an ambitious long-term vision, but most importantly, they also try to work across interim targets, because it's always good to know where you want to go, but you also need to know how you're going to get there. And they were not always explicitly mentioned, but you could really tell from how the different projects were presented that there are interim milestones that are going to be achieved. And the best way to do that is by breaking down your vision into different project components. And I think there's a lot of projects or concrete projects that we've heard about that will actually then help achieve these broader visions. Yeah, and just as kind of an input from our table, maybe the reflections that we had is that we think it's really important to have these hard quantitative indicators like the public green space per capita that is set out by the WHO as a recommendation. But maybe in some instances, since urban designers has both quantitative aspects but also qualitative aspects, it's key to complement these primary indicators that we've heard about with some additional ones as supplements, and they can be of quantitative but also of qualitative nature, because design in itself is something that has a certain quality that is not always possible to measure. And some of the things we were thinking about were in terms of the green space is actually location. Because if you look at the city level overall, yes, you can meet a certain indicator of green space per capita, but it's also crucial to ensure that this is accessible to all residents. And if so, you really need to look at each area individually and determine how far is the green space from for each of these residents, who has access to them, how can they be reached, and also what are the functions or the purpose that a resident can enjoy in this particular green space, so that you're not just thinking about, is it a green space, is it a residential space, is it an office space, but like think about space as something that has a certain temporal dimension. It can have different uses throughout the day, and different groups of people can actually access it for very different purposes. And this is kind of an important element to consider. As well as density. So one element of our group table discussion was that for some of these very ambitious projects and ideas, which it's great to have these visions, but you really need to think about what is the kind of the necessary density in terms of residents around these central spots in the city, and how can you maybe kind of work towards enhancing this density, especially in contexts where we're expecting a lot of population growth to come. So we will need to accommodate more residents in the city. And if we can do that in a way that they can enjoy these infrastructures that are currently being built, then I think we can even increase the livability of a city even more. Yeah, I think I'll close with that. Thank you very much. And I hand it back to you.
Thank you, Leon. Indeed, very, very interesting point. So we are also looking forward to enhancing the collaboration between ICLEI, the work that we are doing on innovation, and the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, as well as UTM, particularly on cities. You know how cities are important for us. We are truly looking forward to this collaboration. So you mentioned system thinking, extremely important if you want to do the things rightly, particularly the interconnection between the different systems. If you do not have this holistic view of all the different subsystems and how they are interacting, we will miss a lot of important things. Longer term, but interim target, this is extremely important. We need to have always a vision, a longer term goal, because otherwise we are harnessing the low hanging fruit. We can be aligned for the next year, but then later on we are no more aligned. But we should not only have longer term goal, we need to start acting now. So it means that these interim targets are important. And finally, the aspect of line use planning that you have mentioned, where to put the green area so that they are accessible to the many people, is also something extremely important. So thank you very much. Thank you to this feedback, very much appreciated. So this is the end of this session, and now I will hand over to you, Georgia. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Masamba, for the great chairing of the session and all the presentations and the contributions to this discussion. It was indeed the first one of three similar kind of model sessions where we are trying to discuss how do we future-proof our infrastructure, but across sectors. So thinking a little bit with different lenses. We talked about our resources, our environmental and now natural boundaries, and now we are moving on to talking about the very important aspect of making sure that whatever infrastructure we are managing, setting, establishing, designing is also very much people-centered, and that they can secure also access and a fair, equitable opportunity for our citizens to utilize the benefit of these infrastructures. And to guide us through that discussion is my great pleasure to give the floor to Anvita Arora. She's a program director at CARPSAC, King Abdullah Petroleum Center Studies and, King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center. Thank you very much, Anvita. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Georgia. It's a pleasure to be here. I always worry when I have to chair a session between you and the lunch, but I promise we will make this really interesting. I'm an urban transport planner by profession, but one of my primary training was that I'm an architect with my first degree. And as an architect, one of the things that you're taught is when you design a home, it has to work for everybody, right? So if there is a child who's 5 years old and needs to access the wash basin, the height of the basin should work. For the old mother at home, the bathroom needs to be non-slip. The color, the design, the texture, the sizes of a home needs to work for everybody. And I think expanding that thought process at the city level, the city needs to work for everybody who lives in that city. And I used to tell my students that if an old woman in a wheelchair can go shopping on her own and can access the ATM and can access the public toilet without support, then your city is working. So the last 1%, the last 2% of the people who are marginalized, who are disabled, who have various kind of vulnerabilities, the cities need to work for everybody. The minister of Albania, Mr. Mazniku, in the morning said that the national governments make strategies and the cities have to make action plans. And I want to extend that a bit and to say the people have to bear the consequences of those strategies and those action plans. And I think that it becomes very important that people become partners in the process of the planning, and they are encouraged and they want to make the right choices, which will be the more sustainable choices, the more climate-friendly choices that will then contribute to the countries committing to those climate action plans. And to take this conversation forward and get into more depth of some of the bigger issues the cities are dealing with, we have a very nice panel. We have Mr. Uma Maheshwaram Rajashekhar from the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, who's going to be joining us online. And he's going to be talking about the extreme heat issues, which are so relevant to where we sit today in Saudi Arabia. We also have Beatriz Garcia Monco Pinera, who's joining from Spain. She's also joining us online. And she's going to be talking more about energy access and poverty. And finally, something that's very close to my heart, we have Mr. Pablo Yanez from Puerto Montt, Chile, and he's going to be with us in person. Welcome, Pablo. So you and I have the stage. And we have two speakers joining us online. And I think we are going to have a very, very interesting panel, ladies and gentlemen. Let me give the space to Uma Maheshwaram Rajashekhar to join us from India, I think. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Amrita, and a pleasure being here at MENA Climate Week. A very warm welcome to all of you who are there at the event, and thanks, Georgia, for including us in the event and having us make a case for the urban heat. So if I could have the presentation projected, we all know that there are different disasters which span from hydromet to geophysical to public health and pretty much the globe. All across the world, people did face COVID-19 a couple of years back. So similar to COVID-19, if I could have the slides projected, or is it already? Okay, great, thank you. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So similar to COVID-19, over the last 2 decades, the world is experiencing heat. Unfortunately, many of us fail to recognize it. And unfortunately, many of the vulnerable people are more exposed to the urban heat. And what we have been seeing is that this situation is getting deteriorated year over year. On July 6th, this very year, we experienced globally, the mean temperature was at a record high. And once again, in July, the temperature was average global temperature was 1.5 degree warmer than the pre-industrial average, that was 1850 to 1900. And this is something to worry about. A couple of weeks back, there was New York Climate Week, and people were discussing about how globally we have exceeded the 1.2 degree target, and we are reaching 1.5 very soon. But what this year is proving, has proved is, at some parts of the world, this may be much more sooner than what we had anticipated. And once again, in August, it was also one of the hottest August ever over the 174-year records. So in this particular conditions, we are, the city infrastructure needs to not only cater to the basic needs, but also ensure that how this additionality in terms of the climate extremes are managed. If you can go to the next slide, please. Cities across the world are facing differential heat stress. I mean, this is just one of the cases where in China, the Forbidden City Cultural Museum did face the brunt of the heat, and there were tiles which got melted and basically they fell apart. And these are historical monuments which have been existing over the last couple of hundred centuries, and the current recent heat waves have started to affect some of these structural elements. And this is not only happening to these buildings, it is happening to buildings across several cities, where either the people who are staying on the top floor, they do face excess heat, and especially within the low-income housing and middle-income housing, without air conditioning, it becomes highly impossible for people to stay, and that creates a chain reaction. People start using air conditioning lead to energy consumption, and the energy consumption usually coming from the coal power plants lead to more emissions, leading to more heat. So it's a cyclic reaction which needs to be broken. Next slide, please. Also, the case of how roads are being affected, and this is the picture from Delhi. There is a kind of a cost associated with the extent of damage which heat causes to asphalt and bitumen roads. And globally, it's estimated that for every 1 degree increase, the life of the road decreases exponentially. So as in the case of Europe, over a decade, they have spent more than 50 million euros just to handle this particular issue. And this cost on roads and public infrastructure is also going to increase day by day. Next slide, please. The same also happens on train tracks. Either you take metros or you take public train systems, public transportation systems. There is a clear evidence of buckling of tracks. This not only affects the infrastructure, but this is also poses risk to the passengers, and the speed at which the trains travel. Usually there are protocols which prevent them from traveling at the same speed. So there is a delay in much of the train systems, and also there is a huge impact which it has on the quality of the infrastructure. If this keeps happening year on year, the life of the infrastructure also comes down drastically over time. Next slide, please. And we all know how heat is having impact on water availability, and also how during heat waves, the need or the demand for water also increases. But the projected decrease of 20% in renewable water supply for every degree increase is something which is to be taken into account while we are designing cities and while we are getting to future development. And last, can you go to the next slide, please? Last, I would want to just leave the audience with a few points. Unlike other disasters, other cases, the heat is something which we are still grappling with, and we are, as urban planners, as infrastructure designers, we are still trying to work our way through it. Currently, there are very little standards which are available to manage heat stress across the world. There are very little guidelines which are available in terms of what one should do for extreme in events of extreme heat. The extent of damage usually doesn't get noticed in many of the cases because the nature of the phenomena is slow, and usually it doesn't happen over a 24-hour period. It happens over a season. and people usually take it for granted. You know, when the temperature goes from 48 to 50 degrees, people take it. People don't see the difference. They start feeling the difference when they start experiencing certain difficulties in using certain infrastructure or in accessing certain services. But otherwise, people usually who are not working outside, who are working indoors, who are in an air-conditioned environment, doesn't know the extent of damage heat is causing to some of our public utilities. So I'll leave you with these questions. These some of the things which are happening, from reduced grid efficiencies, grid failures, to loss of working hours in schools, increased damage, demand leading to water shortages, and also some of the problems it creates within the public mobility solutions. We are still trying to figure out the answers. What should be the protocol, what should be the standards, and what should be the standards for future climate, not the current scenario. With the 1.5 degree change globally, things are going to be much different than what they are right now. We are going to face more and more heat waves. The extent of summers is going to be far higher than what it is today. And also the diurnal temperature change has a differential impact once again. And these are things which probably we should start thinking about, at least within the new investments which all countries and cities are doing with respect to creating new infrastructure or delivering better services to their citizens. I'll stop at this. Thank you very much. Over to you, Andita.
Thank you very much, Rajshekhar. I think that was a fascinating description of all that has gone wrong. Our infrastructure is definitely not ready for the extreme heat load. But additionally, our energy providers are not ready for that. And with the grid failures, with the excessive load and hence the load shedding and no electricity in many parts of the world, this actually highlights and I think magnifies very highly the lack of energy access or even continuous energy access and energy poverty in the world today, and the poor suffer the most. So we have, I'll give the floor now to Beatriz, who's joining us from Spain online to talk a little bit more about how energy poverty is making the situation worse.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Beatriz.
Thank you very much. First of all, good morning, everyone. And I would like to say thank you to the city of Riyadh for hosting this event. And of course, to UTM, the Urban Transition Mission, for the work that they are doing now and for inviting us, for inviting Vitoria-Gasteiz to talk about this today. And I would like to give you a presentation not only about the energy poverty and why this is getting worse and worse every day, but about also how this infrastructure and a well-designed city with the people in the center are key to attack all of these problems. First slide, please. Georgia, I don't know if you have the slides there.
Well, Beatrice, could you please share your screen? We have an issue with your slides.
Okay, I don't know if you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. So I will try to share it. Yeah. Is this okay? You can see the screen?
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So as you can see, these are the numbers of Vitoria-Gasteiz. And with these numbers, we have to manage to develop a very human scale city. It is very important for us that from 30 years ago, we start planning our city with the people in the center. And three of the things that are very important for that is the first one. I don't know why it's not working. Sorry. The first one is the city planning. The city planning is very, very important for this because you have to plan and design the city to be human scale. And for that, our city has been now reviewing the urban plan, master city plan, with 6 very interesting criteria. And one of them is to put the Vitoria-Gasteiz for and of all the people. Then I think you can see the other 5, which are a compact, complex and cohesive city, the promotion and protection of rural areas, the enhancement of natural, cultural and landscape and heritage, a sustainable and energy efficient territory and an economic balance of the territory. And these 2, the number 4 and the number 5, are very important also to develop a fair energy transition. Because if you don't develop and design a city with these kind of objectives and very, very clear ones, you can have in your urban planning such a little bit of gentrification in all these neighborhoods that you are designing that could lead you to energy poverty. The other infrastructure that we think is key for that is our green infrastructure. For that, we have developed through I think the last 25 years, a multifunctional green belt, because you have to understand the role of the green areas and the relationship between green areas and citizens. And this, the last pandemic was like showing up all the problems that could have been solved with this kind of infrastructure. Now we are trying to work within this green belt about the connections between this green belt and the inside of the city. And that's why we are having this infrastructure infiltrated inside the city to the core of it. And now we are working in a project, which is the naturalization of the medieval quarter, which is at the center of the city, and building corridors between this core and the green belt. And this is also very, very important for people-centered infrastructure design. And the third one, and I can't talk enough about it, it's our sustainable mobility. And in our city has been developed through these things. The super blocks are very strong politics of super blocks and trying to create in a 15-minute city, improving our bicycle network and recovering public space for people. Also, the electrification of public transport has been a must for us for the last 5 years, and we are working so hard with it and trying to develop a great electrification for our tram and our new bus electric lines. So we are working so hard with that. And last but not least, we are now in a very interesting project that you could see in our webpage, which is the restoration and refurbishment of an entire neighborhood of the city with a politics center in the people and also the energy rehabilitation of the buildings. But people are the center of it. People are participating in everything we are doing and deciding what they want for their own neighborhood. And with that, we are also tackling energy poverty inside this neighborhood. And this is what we want to escalate to the other neighborhoods of the city. I've been trying to be as short as possible to stick to my time limit. So thank you very much. And the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. I don't think many people realize that good, green, accessible public spaces are not a luxury. They are a necessity for, you know, if you have a family of 10 living in 30 meters square, that is the only space that you have possibly for entertainment, you know, that is available, where you can go out, breathe, meet other people, and feel a part of the larger cities. And accessible mobility, which is affordable, is critical also. So thank you so much, Beatrice, for highlighting some of these very critical issues. And taking that conversation forward, I'll give the floor to Pablo from Chile to drill down more on the issues of mobility. Pablo.
Hello everyone. Thank you for inviting me here. Thank you everyone in the UNFCCC, in the city of Riyadh, and the Global Covenant of Majors for organizing this session. It's such an honor for me to be present here. First of all, I'm Pablo Yáñez. I'm the International Relations Officer for the Municipality of Puerto Montt, and I'll be talking about some problems we have regarding mobility. First of all, Puerto Montt is the city which has the largest percentage of growth in Chile during the last 20 years. We have doubled in population during the last 20 years, and it's only projected to continue growing because Puerto Montt is a very natural city with a lot of natural resources, and it's currently carbon positive because we have so much forest, wetlands, rivers, lakes, hills, that we sequester more carbon than we produce. And this means that a lot of people want to live in Puerto Montt, but it's also a huge problem because if the business as usual model, by 2030, we will not be carbon positive. Puerto Montt, and this is a little data, according to some, in regards to some comparable cities in population in Chile, Puerto Montt is the one where there's the least amount of pedestrian travels each day. This has to do something with climate because it's a very rainy city. It's also a very hilly city, but there's also some political problems. And this is what I'm going to talk now. This is a challenge that we have. Chile is the most centralized country among all of the countries that belong to the OECD. Among these countries, Chile has the least amount of budget for the regional governments, and it has the most centralized budgetary management. And this is a problem for us. For example, everyone in Puerto Montt wants to have a train. We used to have a train, and it got out of use and it decomposed. Everyone wants to bring trains back. We could have intelligent electrical trains which are sustainable and which help pedestrian traveling through the city. But the central government was trying to implement another highway, high-speed highway that connects different cities in the south of Chile, even though nobody in Puerto Montt wants to have a highway because it would only incentivize more private car ownership. So we have been trying to bring back trains, and the central government, even though it's not present in any planning instrument of the city, they insist that we build highways and we build concrete highways for private car ownership. So what have we done? We created a public mobility and public spaces investment plan, which is the implementation phase of our land use plan. We are trying to implement a new land use plan in which the city is a polycentric, compact city. We are trying to implement the 15-minute city model, but we need financing. We need to accrue private financing. We are always trying to, as Georgia said, implementation. And for this, we need help. We need help from our central government. We need help from international government finances. We need help maybe from green bonds. We are trying to do everything possible so this public mobility and public spaces plan, which takes into account our need for a more smarter mobility with bike lanes, with streets which are adapted for public transport, which currently they are not, with cable railways, with cable cars that connect among the hills in the city. This is something that we have dreamt about for so long. We finally have our planning instrument, and we are dearly trying to get financing for this. And these are some photographs from our city. This is the state of infrastructure. The stairways, as you see, it's a very hilly city. It's a very beautiful city, which could be a very tourist city in regards to it, the connection among its hills, but lookouts are in an awful state, as you can see. Stairways are also in a deteriorating state. So our public mobility and public spaces plan takes this all into account. We want to have stairways, we want to have lookouts through the terraces, we want to have cable railways that connect through the terraces. And for this, we are always trying to talk about the need for implementation and for financing our projects. We want to make our city pedestrian friendly. We want to make our city public transport friendly, because the current model with private car ownership is not sustainable. And our city, which is a green oasis, not only in Chile, but in all of South America, could deteriorate into transforming into another urban mess, another urban desert, if we don't take action and implement the measures that we have so carefully planned for a long time now. So thank you for having me here. Thank you for allowing me to pitch the needs of my city, and hopefully we can keep in touch and keep collaborating. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pablo. I think this is a really inspirational talk. You know, when the policymakers want to give you cars and you want to have public transport, it's phenomenal. I think this is about people making the right choices and fighting for those right choices. I often think that the policymakers and planners at the national level have a windshield perspective of mobility. They see the city through their cars and hence only want to design for high speed highways and car lanes, but people want things differently, and the city has to work for everybody. It's a beautiful city, and I know that public participation has been very, very important in Chile. I've seen the work coming out of Santiago de Chile and some of the work that you're doing, and you are leaders of putting out people-centered planning processes. So thank you so much for that. I'm not going to summarize because this is your job with everybody in the inspiration board. This part of the panel, we are going to have about 15 minutes, and at each table, whoever you're sitting with, it would be great if you could draw some lessons, talk about what are the interesting things, some interesting practices, some things that we can learn from. What are the things that we can pull together? And in 15 minutes, we will be back with 4 selected partners, and we can have some comments from the ground if necessary, to talk about what are the key learnings that we've had in the conversations we've had in the scene setting presentation right now. So you get about 15 minutes to have a conversation amongst yourself, and we will be back. And I promise I will let you go for lunch on time. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Test.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Sorry, everyone here was hearing me too. It was a bit. So you're welcome to put your screen on if you want, your camera on. And it was these stereos. So if you wanna
we can go and have our meeting there.
have a discussion online, then we can start. Grammy, you wanna
I'm coming.
share
Give me just
something?
1 minute.
You wanna share something, or you have again the video just to just to have the video to give me false hopes?
No. I put the video on to say, to be polite, but I think there was some really good stuff in that discussion, and I wrote down a few things that plays into very much things that we're doing in the UK. So the word nexus was mentioned, and systems and systems thinking, and I think for how we want to develop our energy systems in cities, it has to be integrated as part of a nexus. So I thought that was a really important point that came out. The second word I heard a number of times was the importance of people, and the fact that we need to be people-centered in what we do. We can't do things in a top-down way. We've got to take people with us, because this is a big change for lots of people. How we change our energy system, how we decarbonize our energy system, and make sure we're fair and equitable in doing so. And the other point I picked up on, Manesh, it is Manesh, isn't it? That's what, yeah. Manesh highlighted lots of other things as well. And I think sometimes when we're trying to develop our cities, we focus on the one prime impact of it. And actually there are so many impacts, and we need to make sure we bring them all together. So the social value, I mean, you Manesh spoke about grids and extreme heat and a whole bunch of things, and I think it's really important we bring those together. So those were my three things: nexus strokes, people, so systems thinking, people-centered, and also making sure we bring in together all of the benefits. And if we can do that, we can move the dial, I think. I don't know if that makes sense, or that's a good introduction to this discussion.
It makes total sense, and it's also very well connected with each other. I think all the 3 points. Once people see the co-benefits and the synergetic approach, I think another story. Anybody want to come on board? I see Ara with a video. Hiro.
Yeah, I can come in. Thank you very much for the presentations. I think that was quite useful. I learned quite a lot from these three speakers. I think I've got a session after this to share the feedback, so I don't want to sort of repeat myself. But I think particularly the first one, the Mahesh presentation on the urban heat. I think this is such an important topic that affects almost every cities in the world now, but because it's the damage is sort of not like a sort of ongoing, let's say. So it's a really good point that this topic is often get sort of doesn't get noticed as much as like the flood or hurricanes or those are more like a event. So I think that was sort of eye-opening comment from Mahesh. And then there's the impact is much broader. You mentioned about labor efficiency and then a lot of other social impacts. So it's important to look beyond just the infrastructure damage, but much holistically from the social and the economic impact. And I also feel among the international organizations and communities, there aren't that many guidelines or some kind of like best practices. I'm sure they are kind of scattered around, but it's not really sort of framed around this urban heat topic, and maybe there could be more work. There could be more work done in this area. And then also the Beatrice comments on the Victoria gas test. I think I learned quite a lot as well. Importance of public participation. I support city to develop an action plan, and then this is something we try to do every time we engage with the city. And the green belt is such an interesting idea, and a lot of the cities wanted to do this kind of planning, but many struggle, the financing, but also the land title. So curious to find out a little bit more how the Green Belt initiative was started and managed to implement. I met a mayor of Tirana a couple of years ago, and he has this interesting initiative to plant trees on a citizen's birthday. So maybe this is something I can mention. That's how city of Tirana is trying to build the green belt around the city. So I thought it was a very, very interesting point. Yeah, and then the Pablo's point, the governance issue, the centralized governance issue. So it's a much bigger topic, but I often find a city with more autonomy, like the more financial autonomy, the legal autonomy to implement policies and to manage changes better. So I think that's something we could bring up. So those are some of my key takeaways from that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are looking forward to hear your inspiration later as well. Does anybody want to come in? Are, I see you on.
Sure.
On screen.
It's very.
I know why nobody puts on the screen on because I call out names.
That's fine. Can you hear me?
Please don't be shy. Yes, I can hear you. Please.
So it's really great to follow the presentations and the discussions. I think some of the things that Pablo was presenting really resonates with me and us in Bergen. We have huge transportation agreements with the state in Norway that depends on zero growth in private car use. That's kind of the key element, the key criteria for getting a lot of this money. And at the same time, the state builds huge road projects into the cities, towards the cities, and that counters the work that we do inside the city. So we kind of have a similar problem in Norway, I feel. And locally, we try to have a development of sustainable transport. And then we feel sometimes that the state kind of both agrees with us and demands that we do this, and still they kind of counter some of the work we do. So it's a difficult topic.
Thank you, Ara. You put on the scene also the multi-level governance and the collaboration with the national government is also a key piece here. Thank you. Does anybody want to share some thoughts? We have another 5-10 minutes, I guess. Maesh, you want to come in again, or Beatrice?
Hi. I would like to point out something that the presenter, sorry, I forget her name, point out that regional or country governments usually do strategies, and cities instead, they develop action plans. And that is something that resonates a lot with us because we are the responsible for the implementation. We are the ones that are closer to the citizens and to the people. And that's why I think cities have the key to this path to sustainability and to be able to tackle the climate change issue. We are the ones, and for that, I think, I would say that most of the money that the countries and for us, the European Union are given should be for the cities, because we are the ones responsible for that, and usually we are the ones that gets all the citizens' thoughts and all the citizens' things that they are about, they are saying to us. We are responsible to give them to get the feedback. So finance, which is key for us, should be one of the things that should, I think, the not only regional, but country governments and at European and international level, all this organization has to be very, very conscious about that finance should be for the cities.
That's a good call. Who wants to come on board?
No, thank you for the
Please,
flexibility.
Granny. You answer the call.
Yeah, so I was just sort of thinking how this relates back to mission innovation, because I think I mean it's the conversations we've had are fantastic, really great, and but I think I always ask the question, so what? And if mission innovation, UTM, our role is to innovate to solve some of these challenges, what are they? How do we work together? And I think that's really important that we try to crystallize this from these, because we've got lots of shared challenges, we've got lots of shared opportunities. And I think one of the things we need to do is first of all, we need to communicate what we're doing. So we are working together on extreme heat already. And perhaps we need to share that wider so that we can potentially continue broaden the collaboration. But I think also we need to think about what else we can do as well. And yeah, so that was my point. Sorry.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had an interesting conversation on your tables. And I want to start this session first by thanking the presenters whom we had in the earlier session, who've allowed us to set the scene and to reflect back on some of the interesting ideas that were raised in this panel. I would like to invite on the dais Leah Ronaldo from the UN Habitat. Welcome, Leah. We also have joining us online Graham from the Energy Research Team, the Science and Innovation for the Climate and Energy, the UK government. And we have Hiro Ito joining us from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. He's also joining us online. So we have two people joining us online for the Inspiration Board, and we have Leah joining us on the DS. So Liam, if I could start with you, if you could pick up the mic.
Does that work?
Start with you, and maybe there could be some
Yes.
interesting. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Thanks so much, and thank you for everybody for this amazing discussion. I'm really glad I'm not the last person to give inspiration remarks, because that's going to be the person between lunch. So I'm glad I'm up first. I still want to be really brief and quick, and thanks so much for the three presenters for their fantastic interventions. I think what I'm taking away from that, the biggest point was, we talked about energy, we talked about heat, we talked about transport, we talked about buildings, that actually everything is interconnected. If we do not think about cities being a place where everything is interconnected and comes together, we will not be able to tackle this climate crisis. So, I always take the example, you can have a fantastic energy efficient building somewhere, but if it's not surrounded by a school, by supermarkets, by infrastructure, green places, parks, it's going to be a fantastic energy efficient buildings, but you'll still need a private transport to come around. So I think this is just my first point. And then the second point is, and I'm going to quote somebody from the table, is we have great ideas and fantastic best practices, but we need to make sure that we can contextualize them and for each local approach. For example, that we not only have the different perspectives, but we also bring an agenda perspective into urban planning, thinking about the different needs that exist depending on who you are, where you live, and what you need and how you move around the city. I think I'll stop here on the reflections. I just want to add two more points when it comes to also what UN Habitat can offer. So the first thing is, of course, last year, together with many of the partners here in this room, we launched the COP27 presidency launched the SURGE initiative, Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation. And we'd, of course, love to see how with UTM we can build on that initiative, bring some of these cities that are here as pilot cities and pilot countries to this initiative to understand how we can accelerate local climate action on the ground. And then the second thing is, if you follow us and if you follow some of the discussions that we've been having, is that at COP28 we'll have the second ministerial meeting on urbanization and climate change. So also the premier space to discuss this year the need for local climate finance and bringing together ministers, mayors and other non-state actors really around this topic of we need cities to tackle the climate crisis and we need money to get it done.
Wonderful. Well said. I think yes, you're right. We need. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So we need cities to tackle this. And I think the biggest point that you've raised, which I really, it echoes with me, is the multi-stakeholder, the multidisciplinary nature of the problem at the city level. It cannot be done by one kind of a solution, and you have to have all the sectors, all the stakeholders, everybody on the table, going on the same path of sustainability, energy efficiency, bringing the emissions down at every level. And one cannot be at the cost of the other. So you can't have electrification of cars and then you don't put the buses in place. So everything has to come together, even within the same sectors. And on that note, I would like to have Graham, who's joining us from UK, to add to the conversation here.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm just
Graham.
going to try to share some slides, if I may. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. We'll try and share this one. I'm going to share my whole screen and then try and navigate. There we go. I'm sharing my whole screen so you'll see yourself again. Okay, and yeah, can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, so what I wanted to do was just sort of touch a little bit on the things that were coming from the group that I was in when we reflected on this last session. And first of all, thanks very much to Georgia and the team at the UTM. This is an amazing event. Bringing together all these people from these countries is fantastic. And thanks very much to the city of Riyadh for hosting. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I think you hit upon a really good point just then when you spoke about that actually it's a complex system. It's involving many stakeholders and from mobility, so electric vehicles potentially, power, how we generate and use our energy in a much more sustainable way, and also heat, and by heat I mean heating and cooling. And it's really critical that anything that we do focuses on that. So that was mentioned a few times, the nexus, systems thinking, etc. I think that the other good point that was made was from Beatrice about people. And I think we have to recognize that people are at the center of our cities, and we need to make sure whatever we do, there's most probably is going to be a step change. We have to take our people with us. And if we don't, it won't happen. So that's the second point. And the third point, I think Manash mentioned lots of benefits associated with this. And often we try to present something in one dimension. We present the benefits of one thing, carbon emissions, or solving one thing. But when you look at what we can do in our cities, in terms of the energy system and decarbonisation, it impacts on many areas, from particulates to communities to social benefits to lots of value and lots of things that we need to try to champion. So I think that's really important. So those three things came out of me. But I think the key thing that perhaps I was thinking when I was listening to everyone was mission innovation is about innovation. So what? So we're talking about all this amazing stuff, and we've got shared challenges and opportunities. But what is the so what piece? How are we going to innovate together? And I just wanted to share a couple of slides, if I may, about the power of international innovation. We're the innovation community on affordable heating and cooling of buildings. And some of you will be familiar with the images on the left-hand side. These are room air conditioners. They've looked the same for years, many years, 50, 60, 70 years. And part of the problem is the market is stuck because these things are low cost and difficult to change. They're also very, very inefficient, and also the risk is that they will proliferate many places. So in Mission Innovation, we came up with the Global Cooling Prize, and this was about how we changed the market, how we disrupt the market. We had support from Sir Richard Branson, who some of you may know, but we ended up, the challenge was to achieve 5 times reduction in environmental impact. And working together, we didn't achieve the 5x. Some of it was that we achieved the 10x, 10 times reduction in environmental impact, 10 times improvement in efficiency, which is amazing. So I just wanted to sort of look ahead to our energy system. And this is a bit of a busy slide, and apologies for this. And if you can allow me just a minute or so just to explain it, to decipher it. But this is an energy system. It's complex. It involves mobility. So you can see in the centre, it's of London. So in London we have a tube network with an underground train, but we also have electric cycles, and we have electric vehicles, etc. So it involves mobility, M. But it also involves power. And by power, we mean using electricity from the grid when it's low cost and renewable, but also generating renewable energy locally as well, as best we can. And heat. And by heat, I mean potentially sharing heat. And in this particular diagram, we've got some data centers. And data centers, those of you that know, need cooling most of the year. And when we give them cooling, they actually give us heat. So, and we can then use that heat somewhere else for heating something. And by having this sort of sharing approach between making sure we share energy between our applications, we use local energy, we can end up with a really efficient low carbon energy system. And cost effective. So on the left hand side, I've got 3 icons, and I call them the 3 C's. And I think this is really important. It picks up on some of the points that were made. If we're developing energy systems, we need to develop with our people, with our community. We develop something that's clean, but we also need to make sure we address the cost issue as well. And the scheme here we've got is potentially addressing the cost issue. So we've done this in London. We've also, this is a very, very quick snapshot. We've also done this in other places in the UK, and I'm delighted to be able to say that as a result of the first calls that we had with UTM, we've started a study with Axina, and I can never pronounce this well, Axina, Zhomchar. I never get the pronunciation right, from a city in Ukraine, and we've started potential collaboration with Zhomchar, potentially to look at how we can support and work together on a low carbon energy system that involves potentially mobility, power and heat. I'm going to stop there, okay, because I think I wanted just to say what is, so what's the so what, and I think we need to perhaps start to work together on this. We're open in the UK as part of Mission Innovation, perhaps to work together on local smart energy systems in the same way potentially we're working with Zomtar, but I'll leave it there and hand back. Apologies, I've said too much.
Thank you very much, Graham. And I think the one takeaway for me is to, if we have to manage a multi-stakeholder, multidisciplinary process, and we are looking at system thinking, then working with smart digitalization processes may be one of the ways we can measure and manage these complex systems. But I'm not going to go into the details of that, because I know the next session after lunch talks about smart and connected infrastructures. So I'm going to give the stage to Hiro, who's joining us online from the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development.
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me fine. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to this event. Thank you, UTM, and also thank you, City of Riyadh, for hosting.
Hiro, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I work for an organization called EBRD. It's a development bank. And my role is I'm a program coordinator for Green City Action Plan. So we support at the moment 60 cities with investment and policy support to become more sustainable cities. Just reflecting on the presentation, there was a lot of interesting comments and learnings from my side. On the Mahesh, on the CDRI, I'm always fascinated by the work delivered by CDRI. It is such an important topic to make sure we build a good quality infrastructure. It's not only about sort of improving the quality of, good quality of life from different kinds of disasters, but ultimately building a good quality infrastructure is about saving lives. So I praise the work that CDRI is delivering, and looking forward to see more emphasis, I say, in the topic of urban heat, because that's often not getting a lot of enough attention for the significance of the topic. On the points of Beatrice, energy poverty is such an important and difficult topic. We also work a lot on this topic. How can we give more access to wider group of people energy access without keeping the energy price low, while making sure we are using clean energy and not going back to the cheap and dirty energy. So that's a very, very interesting topic, and we need to apply a holistic approach, combining policy and an investment. Beatrice also mentioned over the break we talked about the importance of the action planning exercise at the city level in particular, because cities are the one implementing different measures and investments and actions that are very close to the citizens. So I think as this network of cities and people here today, we need to emphasize the importance of city as an actor, as an implementing agency. And also the challenge of financing those measures are important. So I do support many cities with development and action plans. And then during this process, we also emphasize the importance of stakeholder engagement. We speak to not only the city officials, public agencies, utility operators, but we emphasize the importance of including people like community groups, youth groups, and NGO, environmental NGOs, to be part of that sort of action planning exercise. So I'd like to share that example. And Beatrice also mentioned the Green Belt initiative. So I shared during the conversation we had over the breakout session that city of Tirana has a very interesting policy that each citizen plant a tree on their birthday. So over the time they are developing the orbital forest around the city. So that's a very, very interesting. I feel other cities can replicate something like that. And a lot of the interesting idea about pop-up parks, the super blocks, those initiatives are also very important. Lastly, on the Pablo's point, the public transport is such an important topic. Just being able to have the access to public transport makes city more inclusive and people-centered. I just wanted to comment on one thing, that the issue of land management, I think that's something we need to focus more on, because people talk about 50-minute city, the public transport and the walkable cities, but we don't have that lot of emphasis on the land management issues. But also, he mentioned the importance of the governance model. In my program, I try to encourage or explore other financing mechanisms like land-based financing, for example, land value capture, PPP, sustainability-linked bonds, sustainability-linked loans. There are many other mechanisms started to appear, but what you can do in a different context. City needs to have a right legal framework, the power to implement such measures. So that's something we need to take into consideration. Lastly, just briefly on what EBRD does in my work. So I have a background in urban planning, so I fully understand the importance of putting people first. And the EBRD has a motto, investing in changing lives. So the organization also very much focuses on improving quality of life of people. So the Green City program I am currently part of, we support city to develop an action plan, which is sort of like an investment plan for 5-10 years period. But we, in addition to making a plan, we also finance urban infrastructure projects, provide capacity building training, and support city to access different kinds of green financing that are available. And we do put a lot of emphasis on inclusion angle. Just to give an example, we finance the rail projects in Egypt. Not only we done the rail investment, we trained a lot of the youth to be able to maintain the infrastructure, the rail tracks, and then also the fleet. So we try to package the whole investment and the social and economic angle to have a much better overall impact. We have a website, ebrdgreencities.com, that has a lot of more information if you're interested to find out more. So this is everything from me. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Hiro. Thank you very much for highlighting a lot of the infrastructural challenges that the cities are facing, whether it's mobility, land management, and how we do resource allocation across a lot of these infrastructure. So I think the big thing that I've got from this fascinating 2 hours of discussion is that people-centered cities are very complex because people are complex. We live, we work, we go to school, we watch movies, we play in the parks, and it all has to be done in a way that consumes the minimum energy and it minimizes the emissions that we produce. So I think it's very important, and why we are talking of people-centered cities today is that the citizens and the city have to work together to make this happen. We want to live in sustainable cities, but sustainable cities of choice, not of captivity. So it has to be a bottom-up planning. We have to put people at the center of it. And I want to really thank the panelists for the first session, as well as the panelists who've reflected back on the session to us, to bringing, all these conversations, all the debates on the table. And please join me in thanking everybody who has contributed to this beautiful session. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Georgia.
No, thank you very much for the excellent sharing, Vita. And of course, also a big thank you to all the panelists from my side. Now we are breaking for lunch, coming back at 2 sharp, please. So you have about an hour. I'm very proud to say that we managed to catch up with our delay, so you can enjoy your lunch. When we come back, we will start discussing once again about how our cities are working to future-proof their infrastructure and how in particular they are working towards smart and interconnected infrastructures. A couple of logistic notes. If you're looking for lunch, which I believe you might, you can find a buffet being served in Zone 8, Zone 9, which is right opposite to this venue. And you can also enjoy some coffee and treats at the specialty coffee just outside the door. So please feel free to enjoy. And I've been told you can bring the food in if you don't find any seating. So there is also this opportunity. Okay? See you at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much.
Test audio.
Okay, test, audio test. Audio test. Okay, audio test. Audio test.
Yeah, send that. What are you receiving? Just
Audio test.
yes, he's receiving your mic.
So hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch break and that you are now not only refreshed, but also energized. And just because we want to check your level of engagement and how much attention you have been paying to the discussion today, we have a little game to play with you. Checking with my colleagues if it's possible to have the QR on. So the exercise that we would like you to do is using an online app, website, to tell us a little bit what word, one, you can be also a bit more creative input too, if you like, you associate with innovation. So what is innovation for you? There should be a QR code appearing behind me soon. You should be able to scan it and log in. It's a tool called Slido, where you can share your opinion. They're keeping us on our toes. So prepare your phone in the meantime. Make sure that you have a Wi-Fi connection. Here you go. So it's just to keep you a little bit busy with us to also share your thoughts. So scan the code, you see the number up there to participate. We want to know from you what the word that you associate with, or what is for you innovation. The poll will remain open for 3 or 4 minutes, and we will discover what the results of your thinking, what your thoughts are towards the end of the session. You should be able to type a word. Yeah, you type a word. What is innovation for you? For me right now, it's fun. Okay, perfect. So my colleagues tell me that the word cloud will stay open for 4 minutes, right? Okay, but we can proceed with our agenda in the meantime. Just make sure that you scan your code while we continue, and I'm very excited about hearing what innovation is for you later today. But we want to continue our conversation, and we already had 2 full sessions devoted to discuss how do we ensure that we are future-proofing our urban infrastructure from a resource efficiency perspective and from a people perspective, so this inclusiveness and fair access perspective. We want to continue our analysis, again, across sector, learn more from cities across the board and what they are doing directly on the ground, and to chair the next session, UTM in Action, Smart and Connected Infrastructure, is my great pleasure to give the floor to Jarif Kamar. He is the Fellow and Associate Director for Transport and Urban Governance Division of the Energy and Resources Institute of India, TERI. Thank you very much for being with us, and the floor is yours. You can use my pink one.
Hello.
Okay. Easy.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Georgia. I needed that because I want the audience to be awake after the lunch break. Thank you so much. So I'll begin with a presentation just to set the context for today's discussion. And we have been working from our perspective and why I'm here in this August gathering is that for Mission Innovation Secretariat, TERI is the Secretariat for Mission Innovation in India. We are part of the government department there, working on mission innovation across 7 verticals that have been identified under mission innovation, of which UTM is one. And it's a proud privilege also to introduce the speakers for today, along with the inspiration board that will be following the presentations. So we'll have presentation focus on data and scenarios by Patricia. She has joined online. Smart mobility strategy from RA. She has also joined online. And we'll have a presentation on focus on climate budgets, investments by Mark, who has joined in person here. Thank you so much. And then we'll have the inspiration board. So I'll request Mark to come up on the stage, please. And yeah. So just to set the context, I have a presentation and I'll request the organizers to put it on the screen if it's not there already. So in terms of smart and connected infrastructure, most of the time when we talk about smart and connected, it's largely with a reference from technology perspective. And we do understand the role of technology that it plays. We also understand the role of people, and we have had numerous occasions where the speakers in the previous sessions have mentioned about the role of citizens and citizen participation in the entire process of planning and development of the city. And that's a crucial role to play. Yeah, I'm just waiting in the meantime for the presentation to be there, and also the slider to change the slide as well. Yeah. 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 The presentation. So I'll just give the presentation first, and then Patricia can start. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Yeah. So if you can go to the, yeah, I'll just take this slide. Yeah. So we all understand the challenges that we have in the current scenario, and also the ambition going forward. And we are aware of the numbers that are there on the screen as well. Where we are missing is in terms of the proper planning and the challenges that are being thrown by the climate-induced extreme events. And we have seen in numerous occasions where, and very recently as well, thousands of people are dying because of poor planning and infrastructure-related issues and challenges that are there. And that has led to a lot of risk assessment of infrastructures that are there already, which could hamper the lives of urban citizens as well as the common citizens as well. Now, there are infrastructure and services challenges, environmental related challenges, the quality of life we live, and social and economic challenges that are there in our space. And we do understand that each city has their own set of challenges, but all these cities have broad set of common challenges that are there, be it in terms of this infrastructure that is there or the solutions that we have. Now, we are talking about future-proofing development, and where number of announcements have been made and commitments have been made, be it under SDG 11, mission innovation, or the latest G20 declaration that has come up. So we are talking about inclusive, resilient, sustainable cities for tomorrow through digital and multilateral interventions. So what exactly is future-proofing, and we'll capture some of the essence of future-proofing in our discussions in the presentations following. It talks about transportation, it talks about buildings and the infrastructure, water supply systems, and to be designed and constructed for the future needs. So that's the basic concept, taking into consideration the adaptation and resilience component of climate-induced events. And it involves a lot of planning. And as I said earlier, and previous speakers as well, it also talks about citizen participation. Future-proofing of smart cities, as I mentioned earlier, it's not only about technology, but also about how we are, developing and urbanizing in the given the conditions that we are living in and going through. And what do we achieve by all, we talk about informed decisions, allocate resources efficiency, and we have had a session earlier in the day as well on resource efficiency, and to create systems that are sustainable and resilient. It's just a sum up of some of the key points that were discussed in there. It's a quadruple helix that we're talking about businesses, local government, knowledge institutions, and civil society, and how all these components were driving city development come together towards maintain a sustainability in our overall planning. So I'm just throwing all these words, and I'm hoping that these would be delved in detail in the presentations to come. It's just for like Georgia, we had a quick round of contribution from the audience as well while doing the polls. This is some of the thoughts and words that we are going to put together and talk about in the session today. With that, I'll request Patricia if she can share the screen and talk about focus on data and scenarios. I'll hand it over to Patricia. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Or good morning, depending where you are. Here in Miami is the morning. So it's a pleasure to be here with you online. I'm sorry I couldn't make it there, but I would like to share a little bit about Miami-Dade County. Is the sound okay? Should I start now?
Yes? Go ahead, please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So a little bit, because I understand, and we have people from all over the world, wanted to talk a little bit about who we are. Miami-Dade County is, of course, in this tip of the Florida Peninsula here in the United States. We have around 2.9 million residents. We have a very flat and low-lying landscape. We have a porous geology, a shallow aquifer, which is where we get our potable water. And we have a lot of natural resources and vibrant economy around the shoreline. So when we talk about resilience and sustainability, we have many challenges. One of them is sea level rise. We have extreme rainfall and drought, as you have may heard in the news. We have tidal flooding, inland flooding. Of course, we have heard about the increased storm intensity, beach erosion, of course, rising temperatures, saltwater intrusion, and natural resource degradation. So with all these challenges, our Office of Resilience have created a team that focus on the different areas, starting with the reducing the sources of climate change, addressing to sea level rise and flooding, protecting and restoring our Biscayne Bay, which is one of our main natural resources, addressing heat risk, and really, as you were talking at the beginning, getting ready for that future where we have resiliency implemented across all county departments. Zero waste, this is another problem in most of our countries, and so we are embarking in this journey to get to zero waste. And then we have our communication teams that really help us engage and connect with the community, with the educational institutions and other municipalities within Miami-Dade County. We have a set of connected strategies that address resiliency and sustainability and the different risks and challenges that we have. We have the Resilient 305 strategy with two of our cities, City of Miami and City of Miami Beach. We have our Miami-Dade Sea Level Rise strategy, our climate action strategy, the Biscayne Bay program, and the Extreme Heat Action Plan. So our climate action strategy addresses the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and this is in a nutshell where our GHG emissions come from, mainly from our buildings and use of electricity, then transportation and land use, including air travel, and then water and waste. And our goal is to reduce emissions from 2019 levels by 50% by 2030 and to become net zero by 2050. This is our emission forecast scenario. As you can see, business as usual is this red line here on top. It's increasing. With the implementation of the climate action strategy is this yellow line, and then our targets are this green line, again 50% reduction by 2030 and net zero by 2050. But even with the implementation of that climate action strategy, we have a gap that is mainly due to our utility that provides electricity and our air transportation. So this is our climate action strategy. We focus on those three areas. In the energy and buildings, we focus on existing buildings by benchmarking, tracking energy and water consumption, retuning and retrofitting them, expanding off-site renewable energy generation, and building ultra-low energy buildings. In the land use and transportation area, we aim to reduce transportation-related fuel consumption and expand and protect our green and blue spaces. As you saw before, those are our major natural resources here in Miami-Dade County. And in the water and waste, we want to reduce our waste and use that waste to produce energy as well, and reduce our water use as well. So as you can see, there are many questions and talking about data. We ask how do we as a county prioritize our improvements? How do we support existing tools? And what is the best path to move forward and achieving the goals of our climate action strategy? With the Rocky Mountain Institute, which is a not-for-profit organization here in the United States, we completed an analysis of our county portfolio utilities. We talk about our current load, the increase or the projected increase in that load because of the electrification of the fleet or new buildings, and then what we could do to reduce that loss, energy conservation, energy efficiency, and of course, those buildings that are going to become of life. And also talking a little bit about projected renewals, what are our options? So with that data, we created an annual load graph that talk about our buildings and our facilities that we operate. In Miami-Dade County, we operate our water and wastewater treatment plants, the airport, the port, and thousands of facilities, fire and rescue stations, libraries, office buildings. And so we came up with our hourly load and renewable energy profile. And then we did a strategy design. What can we do? How can we maximize energy efficiency? Are there any options to, for example, use demand response measures or have a storage? And of course, what are the capacity for us to have renewable energy on site? And all this, we determine what is the impact of this action. So what are the cost savings compared to the business as usual, the carbon dioxide emissions reduction, the greenhouse gas emissions, the cost in savings in public health expenses, and the local jobs created. And through that exercise, we came up with the strategy recommendation and came up with a flexible law profile that included our recommendations. So these are our results of our data. As you can see in this graph, what we can do, it's our two more efficient programs is to install on-site solar energy and do energy efficiency improvements in our facilities. The other ones are very small compared to the goal. So with those results, we really start planning for installing solar systems in our facilities. This will help us have a better manage of our load during the day, particularly in the summer time. As you may know, Miami-Dade County, we are in Florida, what is called the Sunshine State. We have six projects that are under development. We finished the first one at North Dade Library, Regional Library, and we have two more in construction at a correction facility and the South Dade Regional Library. We are hoping to take advantage of the federal incentives that came through the Inflation Reduction Act and really start looking for installing in additional 27 sites across our communities. The other finding is about building efficiency. We have our program Building Efficiency 305 Challenge. That it's a voluntary program with large existing buildings. Here in Miami-Dade County, we have around 140 buildings in the program, and we are on year 3, and the idea is to keep expanding that program. And another tool that we have is energy performance contracts, where we take advantage of opportunities in our county buildings. And of course, additional federal money to be able to expand those programs. And that's about it. That's my 5 minutes. Happy to answer any questions after the other sessions. Thank you. And let me see.
Thank you. Thank you, Patricia, for the very insightful presentation and also running us through some of the very well-structured approach towards the entire problem of how do you use and work around data to implement some of these strategies that the city needs. I'll move on to the next presentation, which is on smart mobility strategies by RA. So over to you, RA. We are not able to hear her.
Yeah, I was unable to both pick up the presentation and fix everything else. So can you both hear me and see the presentation?
Please go ahead, RA.
Thank you. So greetings from the far north of Europe, Bergen. We are the second largest city in Norway. It's still a very small city, especially compared to Riyadh. But we have some unique solutions, and I want to share one of them with you today. And instead of our high-level strategic work, I wanted to show you a very small and concrete example of how we work, and hopefully demonstrate how it's connected to our overall strategy. Bergen uses the mobility pyramid for all area and mobility planning. The way to read this is that travel modes on top have priority over modes lower in the pyramid. So when we consider new places to build homes or office buildings, we consider proximity to public transport. If it's too far away from public transport, building is not permitted, or it is not permitted with tall buildings, depending on the situation. So the buildings and all the mobility elements like light rail, roads, and so on, they are the bricks of the city. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the bytes, the digital elements. I'm sure many of you represent cities that have e-scooters. And if you do, then you probably know some of the benefits and also challenges that come with them. In Bergen, e-scooters suddenly started to appear during the summer of 2020. And the city administration needed to do something to again provide safety and clear passage for all citizens. There were a lot of complaints in the beginning because e-scooters were parked everywhere. There were also many new injuries from people on e-scooters crashing. So that's when we started cooperating with a private company to develop a tool for digital regulation of micromobility. The pilot went really well, and we are now expanding to regulate all connected vehicles of the future, not only e-scooters. I don't have time to show much of the tool, but I will briefly mention a few of the features. So the main thing is that the connected mobility providers report back to the system data on their fleet, where each vehicle are, and so on. And the regulator, which is in this example us, the city of Bergen, can push rules and regulation that are implemented in a mobility provider's app and vehicles in a matter of hours. Such regulation can be geofenced areas, as shown in these pictures. Inside this area, you can set a separate speed limit. You can define smaller areas where it is forbidden to go. You can define areas where you are allowed to park, and you can even define different payment zones. Having vehicles in the most attractive parts of the city center can be made more expensive for the mobility providers, and you can incentivize the providers to place vehicles in less attractive areas by having a negative fee. In other words, paying them. In Bergen, the number of complaints due to parking of the e-scooters dropped dramatically when we started using the tool and other measures. We also implemented measures to reduce risk of injuries, most importantly, restrictions during nighttime in the weekends. Bergen uses the MDS open data standard to manage shared vehicles. Currently, only e-scooters are connected, but we are working to include car-sharing companies as well. Car-sharing is important to reduce the number of vehicles in the city, but it is also acts to shift upwards in a transport pyramid. In Bergen, each shared car replaces between 10 and 15 private-owned cars. The next step could be our city bikes. They are already online, but through a different system for now. Then commercial goods transport vans. After that, who knows? But self-driving cars have been on the horizon for a while now, so we at least more prepared when they appear as well. Digitalization brings with it many possibilities, and I just wanted to end my presentation with a pretty picture. This is analytics from the same regulation tool from the company Nivel. It's a heat map of e-scooters uses from the city hospital area in Bergen, and it's one of many ways we use to plan placement of different mobility services. So thank you for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll move on to the next presentation from Mark. Over to you, Mark. And the topic of the presentation is focus on climate budgets and investment. So happy to have investment perspective on the solutions around data. Yeah.
Great, thank you. So good morning, afternoon, evening, everybody. I've just got a few minutes to talk to you a little bit about the experience of Greater Manchester in the United Kingdom and how we're using data not just to deliver carbon reduction, but also to seek further investment. So like most cities in the room and indeed online, Greater Manchester has been looking at trying to support climate change action for decades. But it was only probably in 2018 when we really tried to quantify what that meant in numerical terms. So we were one of the first cities in the UK to set out a science-based target, which was basically based on Greater Manchester's fair and equitable share of global carbon emissions. So it was saying, what's our portion of the pie and how do we reduce that proportion? And this is the graph on the left-hand side of the screen. It's represented by the curve under the grey. We then set out a couple of algorithms to try and figure out how we were going to get there. And we nearly got there with the blue line you can see on the graph. If we pull all of the levers under our control to the maximum extent, you get to the blue line. But we felt that some of those things weren't achievable in the first 5 years. So our first 5-year environment plan, which we launched in 2019, aims to hit the red line on the graph. So we knew it wasn't going to be compliant with our science-based target, but it got us underway. And the difference between the red line and the grey line is where we think innovation lies. So this is what we call the innovation gap, where we need to stimulate innovation change, whether that's technology change or whether it's it could be finance change or partnership change. In the last 12 months, we've now gone one step further and we've set out local area energy plans. And what the idea behind these plans is really to set out in greater detail what the transformation looks like from where we are today to carbon neutral by 2038. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about those plans now. So what are local area energy plans? It's basically a 7-step process. In the first step, you clearly communicate with stakeholders around what the local area energy plans are for and why you're trying to do it. And this is all about engagement and making sure that you're taking people with you. Then you gather your data and you try to make sure that you're using the best available data sets. Now, one of the challenges, as we'll talk later, is that not all of the data is within your grasp, and some of the data isn't as good as you would like it to be. So there will always be error within it, but you start off with this premise. Then you utilize that data to set out scenarios, set out your plans and trajectories. You then work out what your plan is going to be. You put your plan down on paper. You then start to implement your plan, monitor, and then you repeat. So it's a virtuous circle. In Greater Manchester, there are 10 local authority areas, and we've developed one local energy plan for each of the 10. This is because we believe each area is unique. It has its own infrastructure, it has its own communities, their own needs and their desires, also has its own opportunities. So we have 10 plans, but they're then summed together into one plan for Greater Manchester as a whole. The underlying research that was taken, it was quite substantial. So this was not a short-term venture. It probably took us around 18 months to gather the data around domestic properties. There are 1.1 million homes in Greater Manchester, about the land and buildings that are owned in the public domain. So we could put either PV or electric vehicle charging. What the public buildings emissions were, you've heard from Miami-Dade that this is a program in itself. Our heat network program, how can we get distributed heat, and so forth. So you have to gather this information before you can put it into the model. But what you get out are some really interesting statistics and maps. Now, these graphs, maps don't look particularly stunning as they sit on the slide, but they're GIS maps, which means that you can zoom right the way in. So this is one area, one district in Greater Manchester, but you can zoom in for each of these graphs almost to the street by street level. What these graphs show are where are the areas where heat networks are likely to be the most effective. So we're now working with our national government to put 9 heat networks in place, which if they go to their maximum extent, will reduce our heating carbon emissions by 36%. That's a huge change. But I emphasize that's if they go to the maximum extent, that will be challenging. It sets out where our retrofit activity should be. So we already have programs underway to try and retrofit our homes and our public buildings. What it allows you to do is prioritize those so that you get the biggest win and the most effective installation. It allows you to set out where your solar PV arrays can be and where your electric vehicle charging might be. So if you have a home with a driveway, you're more likely to charge your vehicle at home. If your home doesn't have a driveway, then you need to find a public charging or on-street charging. It allows you to plan out your infrastructure. And so finally, in the top right, what it allows you to do is set out a map of what we call no regret solutions. So it allows you to plan out what your transition is going to be. And when you do that, it allows you to develop a table such as this, which sets out what your interventions are in each 5-year period between now and, for us, 2038. And in particular, it allows you to set out what your challenges are for the first 5 years. And some of them are really quite challenging. So, 150,000 homes will need to be retrofit. We need to develop 2 gigawatts of renewable energy. We need to have enough electric vehicle charging for 120,000 cars on our roads. But what that does is it starts to put a pound note or a figure, a financial figure on what the transition might look like. And so our pound figure, our financial analysis says that the whole transition from now to 2038 will cost about 64 billion, which in euros is probably around 50 billion euros, something like that. However, that sounds like a big figure, and it is. But 70% of that will be business as usual. So people will always be buying new cars. People will always be changing their heating system. So 70%, about 19 million, is what is in addition to what is business as usual. And of that 19 million, we think 12 billion is within the public domain. So things that the local authorities can influence. So where we are now is we've set out a strategic outline business case to try and raise £12 billion over the remaining period between now and 2038. We've broken it down into different asset classes. So we're looking at district heating, renewable energy, looking at electric vehicle charging, looking at how we do insulation or energy efficiency on public buildings. And now we're starting to engage with outline business cases, which will set out what's the right delivery mechanism, how do you engage with the private sector, at what point you bring the private sector investment in so you don't have cherry picking. So overall, I would say local energy plans have really helped us to move forward. They've helped us to start thinking about what the costs might be and what the timescales will be with real numbers that allows you to engage the private sector in a real conversation about investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think the last slide really opened our eyes and attention to the numbers that are around some of the infrastructure and data collection process that we have. It's quite remarkable as to what kind of solutions, not from your side, but as well as from the speakers who have spoken previously. In terms of, and I'll just quickly ask one question from each of the speakers and request Patricia as well as Ara if we can respond on the challenges and the solutions to the challenges that you encountered while working on this project. Yeah. So I'll begin with Mark, and then we'll follow up with Patricia and Ara. Yeah.
So I think I've mentioned probably the largest, which is data to begin with. You need to have good data. But after that, and I think data is one of those things that will always improve over time. So I think the 5-year environment plans, the local energy plans, we might need to redo them every 5 years to bring the data back up to date. Actually, what we're trying to do is create a digital twin so that they automatically update as you go forward. But this is quite challenging. So that's the first. The second, I think, is around understanding what the investment profiles are for each of the different asset classes. So each of those asset classes will have different investment cases and different risk appetites. And so what you have to do is try and match up the investment for each of the asset classes with a potential investor who has the right sort of risk appetite to work with the public sector on that decarbonisation journey. And in effect, I think what we'll be looking for is not just one investor. I think we'll be looking for a number of different investors with different risk appetites who have different expertise and willingness to invest in different types of innovation and technology. So the overall, I would say, data is the first, finance is the second, partner is the third.
Thank you. Patricia, over to you regarding challenges and the solutions that you developed during the process of your project. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So our plans are community-wide. So while we manage a lot of facilities.
Patricia, can you hear us? Yes.
I can hear you. I'm talking. Can you hear me?
We're not able to hear you. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, please.
So what I was saying is that our plans are community-wide. What that means is that in addition to our county facilities, we have to work with the entire community to make these transitions possible for them as well. And so part of our challenge is how to incentivize the community to really move forward in the implementation of these projects. How to bring the low-income community. Many people may have the option to, for example, install a solar panel at their home, but low-income families are not able to do that. So how can we incentivize, how we can provide additional support so that they can make all the improvements in their homes so that they can go to the next step and, for example, use renewable energy. Another big challenge here in Miami-Dade County is the lack of incentives or the lack of motivation of our community to use public transportation. Unfortunately, in our community, public transportation has a stigma that you only use it because you don't have money to purchase a car or operate a single vehicle. So I think that's a huge problem that we have in our community, how we can change that. Compared to Europe, where people use a lot of public transportation, trains, we are behind. So again, it's how we can incentivize the community to make those changes and embrace the goals that we as county have. And then as they were saying as well, financing these improvements is a challenge. We are lucky that now the federal government has provided lots of fundings and rebates and programs to do so, but for a long time, financing and will continue to be one of those challenges.
Thank you so much, Are. Moving on to Are, Patricia, moving on to Are, if you can throw some lights on the challenges and the solutions.
Sure. I think there are a number of obstacles and challenges, but in Bergen, one of them was and is lack of regulation or wrong regulation. So cities with very high climate goals are not necessarily allowed to implement climate action by the state in the way they want to do. The specific example I used earlier, just to show how digital regulation can be implemented, that was mostly caused by change in regulation. And some of the solution was, again, a new change to regulation to be allowed to control the city space. And we have similar problems in all areas, I think, for climate emissions in Bergen. We want to and have a plan to be climate neutral by 2030, but it is impossible to do it alone. And we really need some good help from the state. And it's not really necessarily about money. Money helps a lot, but it's also about regulation.
Indeed, regulations and the policy support is important while you're delivering on these solutions as well. So thank you so much to the speakers of the session, Patricia, Are, and Mark, for your presentation and running through some of the brilliant work that you're doing in the cities and the states and country. Thank you so much. And there's a lot to draw upon from these solutions and the work that we're doing. Not only for countries in the global north, but as well as global south as well. So thank you so much. So what we'll do is we'll break for 10 minutes for reflection and inspiration workout. And in the meantime, we understand that there are a lot of audience participants who have joined online as well. So I'll request the participants online to chat, put their thoughts in the chat box regarding their reflections and inspirations so that we can capture it in our overall process. So yeah, thank you so much. We'll break for the session and then we'll start with the inspiration board in approximately 10 minutes. Yeah, so that we can keep up on time as well. Yeah, thank you so much.
Hello, colleagues. I hope you are all doing well online and you can hear me okay?
Yes. Yes. Hi, Georgia.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Congratulations to both you, Aren and Patricia, for the great presentation. And I always like how, you know, we can really dig into not only the challenges that relate to technical aspects of the transition, but how spin it around, it's always very much about the commitment that you can have now from a political level across the board to create the right environment for this innovation. So thank you for bringing that to the table. I think it's very important. We have a little bit of time before we go into the inspiration board, I believe about 10 minutes. So I wanted to get a little bit of a flavor for what do people think in the room about the potential for digitalization and you know, a future outlook of how we can use that for infrastructures. Hi, Are, please.
I think both Manchester and Miami presented on data on different approaches, of course, but still climate budget approach. And we are using the climate budget in Bergen very actively ourselves. And I think to have conversation on this topic between cities that are using similar tools could be really helpful. I think that the point made by Mark on data availability is a huge one, obviously. And this would really kind of limit or open the opportunity to use such tools. But I think for at least for the cities that are already using them, I would very much like to have a conversation about this topic, kind of dig into how to use it, and not only as a technical tool, but as a government governing political tool as well.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. And I think, of course, you're all familiar with our attempt to launch these different cluster activities and to shape the future of our capacity building according to your needs. So let's put that in our wish list and try to include it into the program for the next period. So thank you very much, Are. Anyone else that wants to share anything?
I would like to add that
please,
maybe we should also explore, like, I know there is mention about the lack of data in certain areas, but I think because this is like a global get together, maybe not everybody is at the same level. So maybe we can discuss what is the basic data that you need, what are the data gaps that some have, and how to achieve those ones, because I think even thinking out loud, I'm not sure. I mean, it seems to Europe, it's a lot more advanced than the United States. So maybe we haven't even discovered the data gaps that you have identified. So maybe if we can start, like, what is the basic need that is needed for those that haven't done it? what are the data gaps for those ones that want to move to the next step. It will be very helpful so that everybody feels that they can share and you know, and benefit from the effort.
Thank you, Patricia. I think that's a very good comment, and we take data access very seriously. And I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but I see Anna here on the line with us, and Anna, I know you will be speaking shortly into our inspiration board. But Anna is from Google Environmental Insight Explorer, and Google is one of the first partners that we try to work with, exactly because we know how challenging it can be to really connect the dots in terms of the data that you already have available, the one that can be potentially provided by others, and making it come together to make informed policymakers. So I don't know, Anna, if you want to say a few words already now, since you are already connected.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the challenges that we're talking about here are exactly the challenges that really fueled the growth and direction of the product that we built within Google about 5 years ago. We really were looking to unblock some of these blockers around data access, usability, transforming data for actionability within cities, and how could we make that data accessible to everyone. How do we make that data easy to use for a variety of cities, you know, regardless of capacity, regardless of capabilities on the city side. So yeah, we'll be talking about Environmental Insights Explorer, but in a nutshell, it is using Google Maps data. So whether that's activity data, information that we have about the built environment around us, to provide over 40,000 cities and regions with data that can be accessed virtually on an annual basis with my opinion, I'm biased, but with a pretty high degree of granularity, especially in the mobility space, so that cities are not facing data access as a blocker from really accelerating their progress towards these climate commitments. Because when we built EIE about 5 years ago, that is what we heard from cities and from partners such as the Global Covenant of Mayors, was that access to data and insights was a significant blocker that was preventing cities from being able to accelerate their progress towards their climate commitments. And so that was really our North Star to develop this product. But it is definitely with that feedback from cities firsthand that we really value to make sure that this data is in fact useful and really aligning to your highest priority needs. So discussions like this are so valuable for us.
No, thank you very much for that. And I think it's very helpful. And I see that we have some cities connected who are not officially, at least for now, part of our cohorts, but you can already guess that it's a good sign that you are connected today with us. So hopefully, you know, this is also one of the activities that we can continue to work on together to really bridge this type of gaps. Thank you, Anna. And I see that Julio, also another contributor that will be soon taking the floor in our inspiration board as hand raised. So Julio, please share your thoughts. I'm not sure if you are trying to, oh, okay, now you're unmuted.
Hi, George, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now.
Yeah, well, thank you. You were asking about how can we provide or what are the insights. So I was impressed by all the presentation and working and building from what you've already said from Google. So I think I would want to stress the importance of collaboration among cities, right? Because all the challenges are so hard that it's almost impossible, you know, to reach these targets only city by city by themselves, right? So finding ways on collaboration, and that's one good example. So there is lack of data, and we can find ways to find data for all cities together. Or, for example, other barriers are, you know, regulatory barriers, and this can be overcome together. Or there is financial needs, and working cities together, they reduce the risk from the private sector to invest in cities, for example, and so on. So my idea was to talk a bit about the importance of this collaboration across city, not just sharing experiences, but working together and overcoming the barriers together.
No, thank you very much, Julio, and colleagues here on the line know that I have a special passion about the work that can be tackled really by connecting information that are available and data, not only making informed policy making, but also justifying and shaping better our investment plans. So I think this point is absolutely well taken, and also on the point of collaborating with across different sectors. I think it's essential indeed to facilitate also this type of activities and investment. Any other colleague on the line that wants to share any thoughts, any remarks? I'm checking. I don't see anyone with their hand raised. Don't be shy. We have about 3 minutes before we go into the inspiration board. So maybe I'll actually invert the question, since Julio, Guillen also on the line, and Anna will be kind of drawing some of the inspirations that you are sharing with them also into our inspiration board. Is there any message that you would like them to convey here coming from this group that can be also repeated in our plenary format?
Sorry, Georgia, could you repeat that?
Yeah, sure. No, I was saying, inverting the question a little. If the colleagues on the line have any message that they would like you, Anna, or Julio, or Guillen, since you three are going to be now on stage very shortly, to also convey to the entire plenary. You seem all satisfied with the discussion. That's great.
Georgia, are we finishing at past?
Yes, we are.
Great, excellent.
Yeah, we are. You need to run?
Yeah,
or?
unfortunately, it's a crazy day today, so I have another meeting. I was coming from other, and I have to go to another one.
Okay, perfect. No, we will be on time. We will be on time. All right. Then, if there is no other question or any other comment that you want to share, I think that the moderator is returning on stage and picking up his mic. So thank you very much for the nice chat. I'm very delighted that I had the chance to speak with you a little bit today as well. And thank you for all your valuable contribution. And I'll give back the floor to the moderator, and we return on the plenary format. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we are ready for the second part of the session, which is the inspiration board. There are 3 presentations, and we have limited time in order to, again, keeping mind of the time. We'll start with Anna, then Kaifa, and then Julio for their presentations. And quickly, if we can just have the presentation from Anna, and then following up the other speakers. Over to you, Anna, for the presentation. And yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. I am really excited to be joining today. I wish it was in person, but thank you so much in advance for your time. I'm Anna. I work at Google on our geo-sustainability team on a product called Environmental Insights Explorer, or EIE. And my team is really laser focused on helping cities address climate change by using the tools that we know best here at Google, which is making information universally accessible and useful. And I have to be honest, one of the most valuable inputs for my team is hearing directly from cities, such as you, regarding your challenges and needs, as it really helps inform our product priorities to ensure we are, in fact, building solutions that are useful and actionable as possible. So thank you very much for these presentations. And I'm really looking forward to collaborating with this mission for many reasons, but that being one of them, because we'll have that ongoing dialogue and I can hear feedback directly from cities that, again, is incredibly valuable to us. I'm also very excited by the potential for our platform to help UTM cities accelerate their progress towards the mission goals. We have historically really relied and benefited from our partners that we work with, including the Global Covenant of Mayors and ICLEI, to translate EIE data into meaningful insights to really support city climate action efforts. And just for some context, we know that while cities can be the most sustainable way for us to live, they also contribute 70% of the world's emissions, and access to useful, granular, timely, and actionable data can be challenging, and this can hinder progress. I didn't get to hear all of the presentations, but from what I did hear, it really supported the understanding that we have around this challenge. And I share this because this is why our team built the Environmental Insights Explorer about 5 years ago now. And EIE is a freely available platform for cities and regions that uses exclusive Google data and modeling capabilities to help cities and regions measure their emission sources, run analyses, and identify strategies to reduce emissions. We believe thereby creating a foundation for effective action. And in fact, I also wanted to share that in 2020, to demonstrate this commitment, in 2020, as part of our most ambitious decade of climate actions, we committed to helping over 500 cities reduce 1 gigaton of carbon emissions annually by 2030 and beyond, which is why partnerships such as this are so exciting to us, because they really help contribute to this overarching goal that Google has made. And with EIE, as mentioned, our goal is really to remove barriers associated with data access. So data sets that may have once required cities to invest on-site measurements and may have taken many months to compile, with EIE can be accessed virtually, thereby reducing cost and time investment that may have prevented cities from taking action or moving as quickly. And EIE provides data across 5 key areas. Those are annual transportation emissions, building emissions, rooftop solar potential, tree canopy, and air quality data. And the insights are powered, as mentioned, by Google Maps data, and they're then combined with conversion factors from a tool called CURB, which stands for Climate Action for Urban Sustainability, in order to calculate emissions. I also want to note, though, that when known, cities can input their own local conversion factors to be combined with the Google data, and those can be added either directly into the platform, or the EIE data can be downloaded, extracted, and used in a city's own analysis offline. For this particular discussion, I just want to highlight some mobility-specific features within EIE, but at a later point in time, I am more than happy to do a deeper dive into the data. But some highlights are, within the transportation section of EIE, cities are able to see year-over-year transportation data between the years of 2018 and 2022 for 5 years worth of annual data. Cities will be able to see the number of trips and distance traveled by mode. And this is what I think makes the data so unique, is that it's a singular data set that gives you full visibility into all modes. So this includes passenger vehicles, buses, but also non-carbon emitting modes, such as walking and cycling. This data includes trips that are taken within the city boundaries, but also trips that are crossing city boundaries. And again, data is derived from Google Maps. So this is real activity data. And on top of that activity data, we've applied a number of privacy filters, aggregation, and anonymization techniques, and then also an inference model that helps us arrive at the modes. So inputs such as the speed of the trip or the road segment helps us understand how that trip was made, so that we can surface those insights for cities for better target setting, planning, and implementation, and also for monitoring interventions. So currently, EIE provides data for over 40,000 cities and regions around the world, and I invite you to sign up to gain access to your city's data. We can share that link following this session. And I also wanted to mention that, again, we're really thrilled to be partnering with the Urban Transition Missions, because UTM cities, as you know, can really lead the way in terms of building blueprints for data-driven policymaking and its ability to accelerate progress to really empower other cities around the world. Again, I think you already know this, but we found that city-to-city enablement is one of the fastest ways that we can make progress, as the application of EIE data to support specific initiatives is incredibly useful for other cities to see. It's incredibly empowering, and it really gives them the ability to see how exactly did another city take this data and transform this into an actual plan or intervention. Therefore, if you would be interested in collaborating to develop a case study highlighting your city's best practices to meet and support the mission goals and how you think EAE data can help you achieve these goals, we can share an interest form that you can fill out. We are looking for cities that are interested in collaborating with us to develop some of these best practices and case studies to really empower and enable other cities in the mission and beyond. So with that, just a brief overview of EAE. And again, thank you so much for the city presentations earlier. Again, it's incredibly valuable for us to see that and really inspiring. And I look forward to continued dialogue with UTM cities. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Anna. I think this is very interesting, and I'm sure you will be flooded with some of the emails and requests about more details on it. And some of the audiences would, of course, be going through the insights. I have been informed that Julio has to leave, and therefore I request Julio to present before Kaifa. Please go ahead, Julio.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure, and I'm also sorry I cannot join in person there. It would be, I wish I could be there, but thank you for the opportunity. So as we had to play this role of inspiration, I don't know if I would be inspirational. We can inspire and expire, and at least we'll all be inspirational, right? But apart from this joke, I was kidding, of course. I want to just reflect about some of the barriers that cities are, facing, because I've heard all the amazing presentations before, and they are really inspirational, really interesting, energizing, but we all know how hard this is, right? How hard it is to make this happen, to put in practice, to implement all these measures and all these initiatives that were mentioned before, right? And when we think about the barriers, with our experience with cities, we mainly face the barrier of lack of collaboration with different stakeholders, a radical collaboration between stakeholders, the barrier of regulation. So there is lots of regulations at the regional, national, international level that are preventing implementing these initiatives. Also, the lack of financial instruments, innovative financial instruments to bring the amount of money that is really needed to transform a city. And also the barrier of engaging citizens. So really making citizens as change agents in the city rather than just participants or citizens that are receiving services, but makers of the change that the city is needed, right? And to overcome these four barriers, the lack of collaboration, radical collaboration between stakeholders, regulatory issues, financial aspects, and citizen engagement, these four aspects, what we've experienced in UTM and also in the cities mission in Europe, and in particular in Spain, I'm coordinating a national platform in Spain where 15 cities are working together, is the importance of a collaboration between cities, right? With all the stakeholders, with regulatory bodies and so on. And I think Anna's example, it's a great example of how can cities together can overcome some of these barriers. So if we talk about the first one, the lack of radical collaboration with different stakeholders, we are thinking, how can we engage private companies, right? And we normally think of bringing money, or we need their investments in the cities, right? And that's true. But for example, if we lack data, we can partner with Google or other private companies to bring this data for all cities together. So it's also the scale here, it's important. Or we can talk with utilities at the national level, for example, to transform some of the electric systems that would benefit all the cities together. So these are two examples of radical collaborations that could be done when cities work together to overcome these barriers. If we talk about regulatory issues, it's hard for a city, to change a regulation by itself. It's
it's important to go with other cities to transform this. And when various cities together go work on how a regulation could be changed, is normally the only way to really change this regulation. Or for example, financial instruments. We are working in Spain on a program to retrofit 1 million households simultaneously in 7 cities. And when these cities work together, for example, talking with the financial sector, with different banks, they are much more happier to, to collaborate and to develop new innovative financial instruments because the risk is much lower. They gain scale, they gain efficiency, and it's much easier for them to develop these new instruments, right? So when cities work together, also financial instruments are easier to develop, and it's also easier to attract the private funds, right? And when we talk about engaging citizens, we all know how hard this is. So, for example, some cities, I know they are working together on developing joint initiatives to engage citizens. So these are examples of the main barriers that are very hard to overcome by a city itself. But when they collaborate, they can have more power and be more effective to change or overcome these barriers. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you for the sound effect. Yep. Thank you so much. I think, Helio, you mentioned about some of the interesting collaborations and work that is being done. I want to take over the last presentation, the inspirational board. Yeah. If you can have the presentation on the screen, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? I'm not sure. People in Riyadh, can you hear me?
We can see you and hear you. Please go ahead, Kafaya.
Okay, thank you very much. So as many speakers already said, it's quite an honor to join this group of superbly inspirational actors on the front line. Mayors are very much the everyday heroes of climate action. And I heard many profound, genuine insights from implementation. My name is Ghislaine Kiefer. I work at the International Energy Agency. I understand Julio may need to leave. So thank you very much for these insights. And really, I feel humble by coming after such a series of wonderful speakers. I'll try to make my very quick presentation as useful as possible before the coffee. There's a coffee break, so and then a session on innovation. So hopefully this will work as a good bridge. If you can you see my slides? I'm not sure. Okay.
No, we are not able to see the slides. If you can share the screen.
Okay, it's no problem. I think what I can do is simply talk you through. We have at the IEA, we love a good chart. So we have a couple of those. If you're able to put up my slides, that would be great. But in any case, I'm here to share a couple of recent updates. Last week, the IEA published a new version of the net zero roadmap. And there are a few striking numbers there. We see global renewable power capacity needs to triple by 2030. And this alone will provide the largest emissions reductions. Meanwhile, we need to double the annual rate of energy intensity improvement by 2030. If we're able to do this by 2030, we will save the energy equivalent of all oil consumption in road transport today. So these are just some examples of proven technologies which very much have implications for policy at the city level. Of course, electric vehicles and heat pumps are very important technologies as well, driving electrification across the whole energy system. In the net zero, very important point is that electricity becomes the new oil of the global energy system, and securing electricity supplies becomes even more important. This need for electricity system flexibility very much requires national policymakers, but also electricity system stakeholders to work more closely with the local level. And as our economies electrify, our systems are becoming increasingly complex. We spoke a lot about some of the impacts of electricity outages from different aspects of climate change. If we take an economic perspective, power outages in some countries can represent a loss of GDP of up to 4 to 10% in some countries. So electricity and increasingly decentralized approaches. Thank you so much. We can go directly to slide 5. And you will see a nice, yes. Can we stay on the sort of the slide number 5? Thank you. Yes. So the important point in this graph is we used to have a very unidirectional electricity systems, and increasingly we are seeing decentralization of these systems, and of course digitalization comes in this context. And here, in order to make the transition to the next slide, is a key point I want to make in this moment is the importance of peaks. And we've heard it also from some of the speakers, the increasing climate impacts, be them heat.
Okay, so let me do it again. Oh, stop presenting. So
We'll change. Yes, we can stay on this slide. It's okay. So the importance of addressing peaks is what will increasingly connect national and local level policymakers. And this is where also the boundaries between the energy and the electricity world are going to be increasingly meshed with urban planning. So this is a scenario, and we use the example of India because India has so much innovation and is changing so fast. And energy demand, electricity demand curves are changing also very fast in India. In part, this is due to increasing purchase of air conditioners and fans. And so this is a hypothetical scenario, but it basically shows that these peaks, and we've been talking, of course, a lot about smart charging of electric vehicles and what would happen if we don't implement smart charging. Well, this is the same. If we don't electrify the heating and cooling uses with demand response and flexibility, and integrating appliance policies together with building policies, we could see increasing peaks. And here, just to give you one number, in this scenario, more than 500 million air conditioners and fans are purchased by 2040. And the difference between the lowest and the highest air conditioning load over the course of just one day reaches over 200 gigawatts. This is the size of Germany's electricity sector. And this is compared with 40 gigawatts today. So this is just to give orders of magnitude of what is at stake right now. And if we look at the next slide, it's just to re-emphasize the point that we are currently anticipating over 80 billion connected devices and sensors to be creating large data sets, and we use only a fraction of these. So digitalization and smart data is exactly that opportunity to leverage data from connected buildings, appliances, and transportation systems. And this is a motto I've heard in today's discussion, complexity and bringing together different sectors. In the next slide, I thought it would be interesting because we are here with the first cohort, which give us so much inspiration, but also a lot of new knowledge. And so the importance of when we have pilots, so this is pilot that the IE Sweden initiative together with UNEP, and we are implementing. Terry is one of the partners implementing in an area of Delhi. And this is a digital twin for enhanced electricity distribution grid operation and management. Sorry, it's a mouthful, but it's just meant to help modernize and optimize the distribution grid. And you can see some of the pictures. This is the reality on the ground. And as people increasingly plug in their air conditioners or their EV electric vehicles, these weak grids absolutely must be reinforced. And the value from these pilots is immense because they can test the technology. We spoke about their benefits for the banking and the finance aspects as well. And we can also greatly refine the value proposition of some of these pilots regarding the cost-benefit calculation methodologies. And they also help, and this is again another very important motto, people, citizens on the ground demonstrate the benefits, how these pilots and technologies can help lower their electricity bills, but also improve the quality of the electricity they receive. So in the next slide, you will see this point about peaks, which I already discussed. And last but not least, and this is coming from the IE. The IE's main constituency is national level governments. So all the voices of mayors and urban practitioners that we heard today are very much new and a voice that we greatly benefit from connecting with through UTM. And just to re-emphasize the point about action across tiers of government. And a lot of these messages are valid as well for policymakers. So we also hope to continue working with UTM so that we can relay some of the messages from on-the-ground implementation to the energy community and to national level policymakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we started with data and we are ending the presentation from an organization which has a huge data bank as well. So thank you so much, Kaifa, for the presentation. So that's the last presentation from the session, and I'll hand it over back to Georgia for the next phase of the discussions. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very much we're on time. We are doing very, very well, I have to say, to my great pleasure, as you probably have guessed by now. So thank you all for the amazing discussion, and also many, many thanks to our colleague here for chairing the session. So Sharif, thank you for this. Sharif represents an institute, of course, from India, as I mentioned before, and another core member of our urban transition mission. And I want to highlight how today we have been having a wonderful parade of our Global Innovation Alliance partners, International Energy Agency, ICLE, UNFCCC, of course, colleagues from India, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we are delighted to be able to bring all of our cities together with the partners that are making these transitions possible. So thank you very much. And we are looking forward to make new friends and new partners and to continue innovating together. And this is what we will be discussing in particular after a short coffee break. So you have a 10 minutes coffee break before we return for our final session of our summit. So please do return back in 10 minutes. We look forward to continue discussing with you. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I hope you managed to grab a coffee or tea or a glass of water. And I saw also some very nice treats and cookies coming in. So hopefully you have still a little bit of energy left for continuing our important conversation today. So to get us started, again, to feel a little bit the energy in the room, I would like to ask my colleagues to please display the results of our little exercise. So you probably recall we asked you to share with us what do you associate with when I say innovation? What do you think about when we talk about innovation? And I think it's really interesting to see how the biggest part of the screen is actually taken by the word solution. So it's only as adequate, I would say, and relevant that today we are here to talk about how innovation can be an important lever and solution to drive the urban transition, but also to understand how many more solutions are available out there for all of you to explore on your journey. I also see creativity has been voted as one of the interesting work, and of course we do need that. We have been talking about, in particular, new systemic approaches, new way of thinking, disruptive partnerships to really bring forward different type of solution that can be helpful for everyone on the journey. So very exciting. Integration, economy, collaboration and cooperation, only so fitting being here all together when it comes to all the cities trying to learn from each other how to bring forward a more sustainable future. So I also see there are some less positive words associated with innovation. I see things like empty buzzword that pop up there. I see also not necessarily something that is new. I'm assuming that means learning from our past and from our heritage, but also really bringing together ways of doing things in a different way. But because someone is not fully convinced that innovation is the right way to further our dialogue on the urban transition, I feel that it would be only just a little bit more challenging for our next chair and for our next session to really convince you that innovation does indeed hold the key to some of the solutions that we want to implement on our trajectory to a new and more sustainable urban future. So it's my great pleasure to give the floor now to the chair of the next session, Gregor Robertson. He's Global Covenant of Mayors ambassador and former mayor of Vancouver. So Gregor, you know firsthand how innovation can change cities. It's a pleasure to have you here chairing this session and look forward to following the discussion.
Thank you, Georgia. And good afternoon, everyone here in Riyadh. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to those of you who are tuned in online. It's, first of all, a big thank you to Riyadh, our host here in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for being fantastic hosts and for how we started the day today with hearing the stories about greening Riyadh and how this city is transforming before our eyes in a very challenging climate context compared to what some of our cities, but I would say as a former mayor with the city that many think in Vancouver, we don't have big challenges maybe. We have it good. We're actually a city that has been very focused on being the greenest city in the world since my time as mayor. That's what I went into my role as mayor. As a commitment, we said we'd be the greenest city by 2020. And we did everything we could for my 3 terms in office. But it's quite a vigorous competition between big cities and small cities around the world in being more green, more resilient. Whatever your local context is, the resilience piece has emerged now as job one for many mayors. Just keeping people safe and secure in the face of climate disasters is an enormous challenge. In my city, I've told people here today, 2.5 years ago, we had a heat dome, unprecedented in Vancouver, that killed about 600 people in one day in the city of Vancouver. Over 40 degrees, hot nights, no air conditioning. We've seen those heat domes kill people all over the world in cities. And so now we've had the emergence of resilience, of heat officers. We heard from Miami in Florida. There's many cities now focused on how to address heat emergencies. But the broader context right now, we've seen an unprecedented number of cities declare climate emergencies in recent years. And how do we take action on that? This session is going to be focused on solutions, as we said, from the word cloud, innovation for solutions to deal with these mounting disasters and the tragedies that they create in cities. Also to be proactive in making our cities beautiful, livable, wonderful places to live. That's obviously critical for all of us going forward. Innovation is creating breakthroughs in the private sector, most notably. If we look at the biggest leapfrog successes to deal with climate and impacts and mitigation of emissions, we see electric vehicles, we see renewables, we see battery technology, starting from academia, from innovation, from research, and scaling into commercialization dramatically right now. We're seeing targets that are going to be met by 2030 because the private sector is now able to drive those successes. I would argue as a former mayor, and I know we're going to hear from cities next, that we're seeing real success on the ground when cities can focus on their challenges with climate in particular and deliver solutions. When they can apply innovation, particularly at a local scale with business, with civil society, and they can tackle that problem and deliver results. That's what people expect of mayors and councils and city governments every day. They expect that support and that applied solutions. We need to be able to do that at much bigger scale. So today, to close the day here in this amazing focus today, catalyzing clean energy solutions, today we're going to focus on the cities and applying some of these great innovations to our cities. We're going to start with an introduction from Benjamin Yancey, who is part of the Global Covenant of Mayors team focused on Innovate for Cities, which is really capturing the learnings, the incredible research and innovation that is emerging and applying it to cities, connecting the dots between the world of innovation, whether that's in academia, whether that's in business, whether that's in government, connecting it on the ground in cities with the urban transitions mission. And cities, as Georgia has described, that have stepped up to demonstrate in real time, on the ground results, applying that innovation. So we're going to have stories from the tales from the trenches, sometimes we say, from 3 cities after we hear from Ben, and then we're going to have a panel reflecting on all of this to close this, the final session of the day. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Ben. He's going to join us online here to tell us about Innovate for Cities and how it connects with the Urban Transition Mission. Ben, are you ready?
Gregor, thank you so much, and thank you for that lovely introduction. It's really great to hear you tie all the pieces together, and in fact, that's exactly what we're trying to do here. And I think we're coming in with a little bit of a hopefully pleasant surprise, where we're crossing over what we are doing here today through the Urban Transitions Mission annual gathering and summits with the opening plenary of the Innovate for Cities Global Marketplace. For those of you who aren't aware, Innovate for Cities is the research and innovation initiative of the Global Covenant of Mayors. And of course, we're very happy to be working in partnership very closely with all 48 cities within the UTM cohort, but also the Global Innovation Alliance, all the leads and the partners that are making this happen. So a special thanks to you, Gregor, as you kick off this session, but also to Georgia, of course, the team in Riyadh and everyone for providing this space. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Ben Hanse, Head of Research and Innovation for the Global Global Covenant of Mayors. And today we'll be talking about research clusters. And somewhere in there, I think if you put the letters together in a different way, you can also spell solution. The challenge before us is quite clear to everyone here in this room. I know I'm certainly preaching to the choir. We all know this. Cities are accounting for so much of the emissions that are taking place in the world, but they're also on the very front lines. And we've heard that from so many different colleagues and partners on the line or in person today around the challenges that are being faced. As you submitted with the piece around the need to strengthen energy infrastructure, and also Tokorozawa sort of mentioning the need to focus on bringing all of the people in a participatory process for that governance piece. The needs and the pressures are mounting. We hear you, we feel you, and so this challenge is ever more present for us. For the UTM, it's a very exciting moment because there's so many different activities that are happening across the board. Through the UTM Center, there are training opportunities abounding together with other Global Innovation Alliance partners. We spoke about this in our meeting yesterday. There are new pilot programs cropping up with different partners that George has had the opportunity to facilitate with all of you. There's the demand and supply, of course, for research and innovation activity. We'll jump into that shortly, but understanding where those gaps and those needs for cities and for non-city partners as well, to be able to find that common ground to collaborate. And then, of course, this alignment with the clusters, as we like to say now, of activity, understanding what the priorities of the cohort are based on a comprehensive analysis of needs that, again, colleagues Georgia and Miriam have carried out over the last year and a half. So then there's this question with all of this activity, and this is just scratching the surface. How should we categorize and organize these activities in a format that allows us to generate more knowledge and research that helps drive us forward collectively and push the needle even more? Just deepening our knowledge a bit into that analysis that I mentioned, there's so much that's been done to understand what cities are focusing on. Piece around planning, assessment, governance, you name it, across the entire city climate action journey and wherever a city might be. And again, I'm very happy to have that conversation more openly with all of the local government colleagues on the line here. There are priorities and needs that need to be met, whether those are sectoral or solutions-based or more from a collaborative or a cross-cutting way. Data I've heard be mentioned quite a bit here, and so it's exciting to sort of see where those challenges are lining up and how we could potentially meet those with solutions across different partners and certainly across different regions. So one of the first things that, again, under George's leadership we've been able to do is pull together these clusters based off of the priorities that UTM cities themselves have mentioned are needed if we were to tackle what really matters most to them. That's under renewable energy, or energy as a whole, around mobility, water, governance, finance, nature-based solutions, and of course the data and scenarios that I just mentioned. It's really critical to note, however, that these aren't in isolation. Within each of these clusters, you can sort of imagine, if you're familiar with full stack databases, you can sort of understand the different layers that we need to peel back in order to tackle each of these issues from a systemic approach and in a way that really touches across all levels of local governance, but also across regional and national governance. And that's a key message that we're collectively looking to take with us to COP28 in Dubai later this year. And we heard Asif, of course, earlier in the opening plenary speak to this point and this importance as well. From these clusters, we know as well that they're grounded in broader research and innovation opportunities and gaps. On the Innovate for Cities side, I mentioned this is the Global Covenant's initiative on accelerating city climate action through research and innovation. For the last 5 years or a little bit more now, we've been able to develop something called the Global Research and Action Agenda, or the GRAA. Apologies, I know it's a mouthful, but we like to use this as our global and regional barometer for urban climate research and innovation. You see sort of in the middle, there's this inner ring of cross-cutting topics that don't necessarily live in one sector. In the outer, second-most outer ring, you see different topics that relate a bit more to themes and potentially some sectors. And then around it, the outermost ring, we're focusing on enablers for city climate action. So that's partnerships, that's co-production of knowledge, that's empowering cities to take action. That's emblematic of this crossover session that we're doing here today. And I do want to give a shout out to those members of the audience who are joining from the Innovate for Cities platform on AirMeets, because this is highlighting the need for greater cross-collaboration, not only across sectors, but within those of us who are already invested working in and among cities to make this sort of action and this knowledge generation happen. And then from global over to the co-lead side, from those who are helping move this mission forward. On the European Commission side, we heard from Rosalinda earlier today. It's clear where the agenda stands on new European innovation, also on the urban agenda for the EU. And we've also heard from our friends at JPI Urban Europe around the strategic research and innovation agenda. The linkages between all three of these, global, European, and of course, all the other sort of regional research and innovation agendas that we've been able to learn about along the way in this journey are limitless. We know that co-benefits needs to come into play, and we know that there's no such thing as tackling any one of these priority gaps in isolation. We tried to do a bit of a stock take of all of these different priorities. There's a lot. I'll save you the pain of reading through this entire slide, but all of this really just to say is that we took a look at as many agendas as we could overarchingly and tried to come up with a list of 10 priorities that the Urban Transitions Mission could focus on, at least in this initial phase. And it's not only, of course, because the number 10 is a convenient number, but we saw so many crossovers between different types of topics and wanted to bring it into a format that was conducive, again, to discussion, conducive to knowledge generation, and especially when it comes to new research that comes out, how we categorize that and make it such that different academics, think tanks, researchers can come at this with a coordinated sense already and tie it to any of the literature that they've already sort of worked on. So you kind of see the structure here, right? Again, we're talking about solutions that are grounded in evidence-based research and innovation. We've got these agendas that we're relying on to draw on and that we're continuing to update over time. We have the 10 shared priorities that we just highlighted on the right of the previous slide. And then, of course, we have the 7 clusters across the Urban Transitions Mission that we highlighted earlier on in this deck. That'll be key in this initial phase to bring together as much knowledge and resources as possible to help drive action and solutions. Again, I heard Tokorozawa say earlier, we're here because we need the solutions. We need the answers, and that's fair enough. That's exactly the community that we're trying to bring together. And our hope, of course, is that through this collaboration between the Urban Transitions Mission and GCOM's Innovate for Cities initiative, we can help channel that attention and that need further. So that's where the research clusters come into play, just matched directly against the 7 different clusters that you've seen on the previous slide. We've taken our priorities and we've mapped them a little bit against all 7 of those to try to understand where is the like-for-like prioritization, the one-to-one match, and where can we generate some of the greatest amount, but also the greatest quality of knowledge and research possible to help inform decision makers, inform non-city partners, whether that's private sector, other level of government, or civil society, to take on further knowledge generating activity and information. And we already know, based off of that initial analysis that Georgia and Miriam were able to run alongside the 48 cities earlier this year, that are across data, across governance, and across finance, we have a clear opportunity to run ahead, to sprint ahead, if you will, with these different clusters and put them down first as the markers for where we're trying to draw greater amounts of knowledge, research, and innovation. And the aim, of course, is not to stop with the clusters alone. The aim is to populate the different clusters with activity through UTMC, as I mentioned, through different pilot programs, different European Commission projects and mission innovation calls. We highlighted, of course, the clusters that have already been created through the training programs, the capacity building programs that are coming forward, and the research and innovation engagements through Innovate for Cities, which I'll share a little bit more about in the near future. And again, it's worth mentioning, these clusters are not set in stone. There's an opportunity to consider further ones for inclusion as we go on into the coming months and years of the mission's activity. So these clusters themselves, the aim is to really link academics, researchers, universities, and think tanks with UTM cities around these priorities. It's to identify research and literature, whether that's been done already or is currently taking place or is planned for the future. And it's encouraging all of those stakeholders to address city-specific priorities together and really bring together a focus on and supercharging this channel, this funnel, if you will, of research and academic activity around the different UTM cities. So again, it's really bringing in the research and innovation component of Innovate for Cities and applying that to try to fast track the generation of knowledge that can help bring that solution that is so dearly being sought for by so many different cities across the cohort. If you have a moment, the QR code on the screen there is taking folks to this form, this expression of interest, which is now live. And we do invite as many different universities, think tanks, research institutions as possible to sign up and be part of this cluster, this cohort that can help then generate that knowledge together. And I do encourage those of us in the room or online, especially amongst the 48 cohort cities, to spread this more broadly across the different research institutions and communities within your own boundaries and jurisdictions so that we can better generate the momentum needed to get there. Just to answer the question, and I'll pause shortly here, Gregor, and pass it back to you. I know we have a great panel ahead. Just to answer the question of sort of where this is all going, well, we're launching the call today. It's a momentous occasion, really signaling the strong collaboration we continue to have between Innovate for Cities and the Urban Transitions Mission. But we're now looking over the next few months to collate, to collect that knowledge and those connections between different institutions and the UTM cities themselves. We'll take a good amount of 2024 to identify what the priorities and the gaps are that are being faced by yourselves, but also by your affiliated research institutions. And then come September, in Montreal, hoping to then have a fast track, high ambition level conversation represented, of course, through you all in this UTM community and cohort at the next Innovate for Cities conference to really help drive the needle in the conversation and put down the marker for where that activity needs to go. We'll look to channel that through the marketplace like we're having today, and we're about to jump into the Vein plenary session in just 10 minutes time, but then also look to drive that through that conference series that I had just mentioned to really highlight that there's so much to be gained by working more closely together and on the same path. That's it. Just wanted to share all the information possible around research clusters, and I do hope that this is an opportunity for us to find more of those solutions together through that research engagement, that academic engagement alongside all of you. Thank you so much, and Gregor, I pass the floor back to you.
Thank you, Ben. Fantastic to have your update and overview of where we're going with research clusters. And I would just say this session is really about connecting those dots, and cities as living labs is something we've been saying for years. We're about to hear from 3 cities about what they're doing, applying research and innovation on the ground in our cities. The 3 cities that we have and speakers we have from these cities, I'll ask you 3 to come up onto the stage and join us. And I'll introduce you as I hand you the mic to tell stories from each of your cities. So come on up to our speakers. First, we're going to sit here. First, we're going to hear from Heli Huskonen, who is from the city of Turku in Finland. She's a project manager for climate and environmental policy. So first we have 3 European cities here today. I think that speaks to the leadership on the ground in Europe and the commitment across all levels of government, from the European Commission, European Parliament, which has been really driving the pace globally in terms of empowering cities, investing in cities. But we see that from national governments as well, lots of support for cities compared to the rest of the world. And I know many of us who work in cities and lead cities can have much frustration with our national governments when we don't have the support or the alignment or the jurisdiction or the finance needed. I think one of the reasons we see 3 European cities up here is that alignment across from the whole continent to the national governments right to the cities. That speaks volumes for how important the alignment of government is. So we'll start from Turku.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Heli Huskonen from city of Turku, and I will tell you about Turku Urban Research Program. And Turku is located in Finland, southwest Finland, and this is really local program. We have University of Turku and Åbo Academy University that are in the city. And in this research program, we do collaboration with these to universities to have knowledge brokering initiative and knowledge-based strategies and actions in Turku. So we want to support our decision-making with the knowledge from the universities. It is important for us to, first I say we have started this program 2009, and we have been also before that working for a long time with the universities. And it's important for us to get the most newest knowledge supporting our new policies and decision making. And then I will go to the next slide. So here, what are we then doing in this research program? This is mainly about urban policies and new ways to govern and new ideas what we should do in the city, that we can make Turku the city where it's possible for the companies and the citizens live 1.5 degree life. And here you can see the picture that was already in the previous presentation, and this our solution here. So the research program is especially filling the gap in urban planning and design. And the examples of the research, what we have done in this program are, for example, digital solution for harbor in Turku. Then we have also historical research, so to get some perspective, what have been done already in Turku and where we are coming from and what we should learn from the history. But then also really practical research, for example, what citizens wish to have in the city, what they think about our current solutions, and so on. And before saying thank you, I want to add that these two universities are not the only universities we work with. We have also Turku University of Applied Sciences that we partly own, and their strategy is very aligned with City of Turku, obviously. And then we get also from their research results and the professionals who develop Turku more sustainable city. But of course, universities and research institutions are not enough to make innovations, and we are also taking citizens and the companies to work with us in these research projects to have truly innovative solutions. You can ask me more and email me and find me via LinkedIn, and we can discuss more. Thank you.
Thank you, Heli, for that. We're going to hear next from the city of Lviv and from Alexandra Sladkova, who is the Deputy Head of the Department of Economic Development.
Yeah, hello. Okay. So, if we met 2 years ago, I probably will tell you that our city also have Green City Action Plan, as it was mentioned today from EBRD specialist. Also, we have our CCAP plan. We develop mobility strategy and so on. And maybe, probably, I will show you a lot of figures about our ambitions to 2050. But everybody here knows that we have new challenges in our country and in our city. And these challenges raised a lot of questions for us. For me, as a specialist of sustainable development, it was a great challenge during the last year and a half to understand what still I need to do. Because it's not a question of my personal feeling about what is important. It is a question of feeling and recognizing of the citizens what is important, because the main discussion today in our city and in our country is where to spend money when there are not enough money. And is it okay to renovate some street, even if we plan to renovate it for 20 years, or this money should be spent to some hospital or to to buy some weapons? One unique project appeared a year and a half ago. We had just ordinary huge hospital at the edge of the city. It was old-fashioned hospital as it is, but a lot of patients and new patients, which we never experienced, came to Lviv. There were people who survived, but had disabilities for all their lives. Usually about some explosional traumas. And first, doctors came to Lviv, doctors from all over the world, to teach our doctors how to manage these traumas. And you know, today, the doctors all over the world also come to our hospital, but to study how to manage these traumas. Because, in fact, the most patients you have, the most practice you have, the most innovations you have in this branch. And we understood that the hospital is not just about building, it's not just about patients. Besides, you can see the girl of 13 years old who a year ago was damaged by explosion at a railway station in the east of Ukraine. And she has no legs, but she ran a marathon, symbolical marathon, during the marathon in Lviv. And also you can know one guy on the photo who support our, from Great Britain. He support us a lot, sure, with communication all over the world. And you know, 15,000 patients, both military and civilians, who were damaged by war. So the hospital now is ecosystem. It's a rehabilitation center where these 15,000 of patients already for a year and a half can get, for example, bionic prosthesis. It's also about the housing for the patients, because the people with disabilities should have new type of housing for themselves, because they cannot be in the city as it is today. Also, it's about a tram line to the edge of the city, because there are no another options of mobility, and also about new surgeries, new surgery complex by Japanese architect Shibariban and so on. But what is the question? Why do I tell you about it? You know, the hospital acts and gets a lot of needs a lot of electricity, consumes a lot of electricity, and during missile attacks on critical infrastructure. For example, a year ago we had a missile attack when for 2 days we were without electricity at all, and for a hospital critical is even 20 minutes of being without electricity. So that's why we need innovations, how to make our hospital independent from the point of view of electricity, because now we need to use a lot of diesel generators, and so it's not sustainable, and even through I believe that all of this will end by the victory, but anyway, I think that the option for the hospitals to have independent electricity supply is important for everywhere, not just in Ukraine. Another project which I want to tell you is our Eco Hub. So accidentally appeared that we have the area also at the edge of the city, more than 200 hectares, where waste treatment facilities, heat station, and wastewater, solid waste MBT treatment plant appear. And that is the possibility to get more innovations if all of these things are all together. For example, it's also it's a question of sustainable energy. For example, something which is the resource which is waste from one company could be resource for another company. So I came here to this conference to get some knowledge of technology which can we use and which are really needed even this time. And fortunately, decarbonization and resilience is an aim both to our city resilience during the full-scale war and to our ambitions to 2050. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you very much, Alexandra, for sharing those stories from maybe among the most difficult circumstances of any city in the world, given the war in Ukraine, and know that we're all with you in support of that, and certainly look forward to cities around the world being able to help your cities to build back stronger, better, greener from after so much disruption and tragedy from the war. Well, we're with you all the way, and we're going to hear next from Portugal, from Cascais. We have João Diniz, who is the coordinator of the Department of Acceleration of Urban Transition. João, over to you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here again and share a bit of our experiences. First of all, for us, a climate resilient city is a city that is able to invite nature back into it, to integrate it as part of its urban development. And of course, this is crucial for our resilience efforts, for our adaptation, but also all the cross benefits that we get for our citizens, for our investors, and for our tourists, well, for everyone who would like to enjoy Portugal and Cascais. When it comes to decarbonization, of course, this is a bit different, the approach. What we are trying to do is develop the living labs. We are trying to experiment something, and of course, we need to reduce what we know as the adoption risks. So one thing is adaptation, another thing is the adoption of mitigation opportunities, of course. So we are trying with living labs because we get closer to the citizens and get closer to their problems to find out specific solutions that we can then replicate and sprawl across the city. So how do we do this? Well, according to the matrix that we've seen in the previous presentations, we go with cross-cutting issues. Of course, when you talk about urban planning, you have to include everything. And as a former professor of mine said, João, be careful because models are lies. And what he meant with this is that you actually have to go to the location, visit the location, talk to the people who live there, and then you develop a model. So in reality, you're developing a tailor-made solution, and then you find common workarounds and you can replicate them. So that's a bit what we're doing on many different sectors. But the most challenging one, of course, we've tried mobility, waste, green space management, water efficiency, gamification, communication platforms. But what we are dealing now is with the energy communities and the local renewable production of energy. And of course, this is crucial because it's an opportunity and it's a shift towards the green economy. And how do we do this? Well, basically, we just co-create. We have stakeholders, we have equipment developers, we have policymakers, we have ourselves, of course, who license and can push forward for green policies. And what we need now is to engage with the citizen and empower the citizen. That's what we're doing. And so the challenges that we are facing are not necessarily, let's say, market-driven, because everybody would like to have its own green investment, to invest in something in their home or infrastructure and get a revenue from that. And that is also a great effort for decarbonization. So what do we really need? Well, we have technology, we have equipment providers, we have communication experts, we have a legal framework, but something is yet delayed. Well, because this is so complex compared to the, let's say, linear model of energy production that you have now that is extremely centralized, the adoption of this new model is quite a big effort to understand for our citizens, for our new stakeholders, or as we know, they are called prosumers. They produce and they consume. So this is a bit of the effort that we are going through, and we need someone or a lot of someones to help us to bridge the gap between the energy stakeholders and let's forward with the decarbonization effort here on this sector, because we succeeded on waste, we succeeded on mobility, we succeeded on climate adaptation and resilience. We just need this extra push. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joao. Wonderful to hear from all three cities, and quite different, quite unique approaches in terms of research and demonstration scaling opportunities that they have. And we're going to hear now, we're going to introduce three more speakers to come up and join us and really respond, enliven this discussion with their responses as well, as we've been doing all day today. So I'm going to introduce three more to join us. The stage will be full. First is Peter El-Haj, who's the Digital Twins Lead Net Zero Urban Program at KPMG. And we have John Kerr-Kaw, who is a Senior Urban Development Specialist from the World Bank, hailing from Singapore. Peter is coming from London. And we have representing the local voice, Anvita Arora, who is the head of CAPSARC, here today joining us at the Urban Transition Meeting Global Innovation Alliance. Welcome back to the stage. So for the three of you, maybe I'll just, please, yeah, you can sit there. I'll float around here. So a question for the three of you, and maybe we'll start down in the end and then come this direction. So John, Peter, and Vita, a question really around with the work that you do and hearing three kind of case studies of the cities, what they're doing to apply research to their agendas. Maybe if you just reflect on how that connects. This is all about connecting the dots, how that connects with the work that you're doing, the research priorities, the main challenges that we see in these cities and others that you work with. Connect that to the work that you do, whether it's private sector specific, connected in particular to private sector, academia, and research applied on the ground. John, do you want to start with that? I think each of you probably has a few visual aids you can throw at us as well, which would be great.
Thank you for the question. And first of all, thank you for the presenters for the very interesting presentation on the sort of research work that you do in each of your cities. Really very encouraged by the challenges and the passion for trying to think about new ways of doing things, whether it's policy or infrastructure, and going about that. So the whole idea, so I'm from the World Bank, we do not just, the World Bank does not just provide financing for countries to invest in infrastructure and policies, but we also provide a lot of technical assistance. And internally, we do have a lot of departments are thinking about what are the best solutions to do so, whether it's about solid waste management, or it's about energy production, or it's about urban planning. We do all of these. And one way we come up with solutions, and no one solution can be applied to all cities, and every city has its own unique problems, which needs to be customized, and getting into that contextual issues is very important. And we often also partner with different external partners to think about what these solutions are. So take, for example, for myself, I work a lot in big cities. I worked in very dense, difficult cities like Dhaka in Bangladesh, or even in Karachi in Pakistan. And these are not easy cities. They are messy, they're crowded. And when we work with mayors to think about how do we transform cities, we have to think of new solutions. It's not just about taking an existing template and just applying on cities. We have to go down to the field and do so. And the way that we do so is to use innovative ways. Just take, for example, in Bangladesh, we, instead of, so the question is, how do you make the city more livable? So we started to think about what are the municipal assets. You spoke about improving hospitals, or using infrastructure. So assets that can be improved. And in Bangladesh, we know there are lots of streets, parks. Despite being the image of a very crowded city, they do exist. And how do you make most of that? And because the city is so big, we couldn't deploy large amounts of resources to go into the city to identify them. So we partnered with the European Space Agency to use satellite imagery and machine learning to help us identify where are these assets? How do we improve greenery in cities? How do you bring public spaces back to the streets of a place like Dhaka, which is one of the densest cities in the world? And that helped us to think about solutions that are cheaper, faster, more affordable, and then deploy solutions. And I think one of the presenters talked about how do you prioritize investments? And this is one of the ways we do it, right? Thinking out of the box to apply and implement solutions on the ground. So this is just one example, and and this is what we do at a bank. Even though the bank is a big organization, we do have creative people as well to think about all these very customized solutions. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Over to Peter on the digital twin front.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And thanks very much for the invitation to be here. So I'm from KPMG, and it's great to support emission innovation. So actually, to start with digital twin, I'm going to pick up on where Johnny ended on prioritization. So digital twins are a technology, a tool that allows us to replicate physical realities in a digital space, and allows us to test scenarios, simulation in a digital space to implement the best option in the real world. So digital twins are a great way to prioritize interventions and solutions for cities. There are innovation happenings around digital twins, but also innovation itself can be tested in digital twins. So if there's an idea to implement a certain solution in a city or in an urban area, that solution can be tested in the digital twin, and the outcomes or the impacts of that intervention on the city could be seen, discussed between stakeholders and with urban leaders, investors, etc., and a decision being made based on those discussions. Now, digital twins offer a huge opportunity, but at the same time, it's not the end by itself. So in order to develop digital twins, we need data, we need an understanding of the city, of its critical systems, of the interdependency of that critical system. So we've talked about a range of interventions and a range of innovations today, but they all sit in different sectors. We saw one example between health and energy, for example, I think from Qashqai's in terms of adaptation, mitigation, and built environment and that interface. So having the ability to replicate that interdependency and understanding that complex system of systems and using that to identify the best intervention could offer huge value add to cities. So digital twins is potentially a key tool, a critical success factor, but it comes as part of the digital transformations that cities and the built environment generally is going through. So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. And Vita.
Thank you very much, Gregory. First I want to say that I really welcome the idea that the session is bringing through, that the think tanks and the academia needs to partner with the cities to find the right kind of solutions. It is the advisory think tanks like CAPSAC who are working in Saudi Arabia, and I want to talk a little bit about that. When we work on energy economics and sustainability, and we work across the whole value chain of energy economics and sustainability, where we are looking at production, we are looking at consumption, we are looking at all the solutions along the way, we are looking at different types of technology. And I think what think tanks bring on the table and how they really help the cities is one, it's like two key ways. One is think tanks are able to be a little ahead of the curve when policymakers are firefighting, they are finding solutions for the now. Right? It is incumbent upon the think tanks who work with these policymakers to think a little ahead and say, what could be the long-term solutions? What are the things that you're not seeing? What are the things around the bend that we could focus on? The second thing is, and which is something, very much in the DNA of CAPSAC, is that we do scenario-based policy analysis. And that allows the policymakers to, you kind of look at, if we do this, then what? If this, then what? If you adopt this technology, what is the impact on emissions? If we adopt this kind of infrastructure, what's going to be the impact on energy consumption? So I think the think tanks play a very important role in the ecosystem of policy making. And as CAPSAC, we take pride in being a part of that ecosystem scape within Saudi Arabia. We work closely with multiple levels, at the national level, at the city level, and support policy making across the board. Yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. To all three of you, reflecting on what you heard from our three cities here, maybe turning it to opportunities, and maybe in particular, I'm thinking of this two different ways. One being the gaps that we have. I would say in my time as a mayor in Vancouver, heat pumps were not a thing yet. Heat pumps, there was a big question, how are we going to convert our renewable electricity? In our case, how do we decarbonize the heat in our city? How do we convert renewable electricity into heat or cooling in the case of a city like Riyadh? We've seen remarkable innovation the last 5 years, and the uptake, the commercialization and the uptake with heat pumps all over the world is, I don't think anybody predicted that 5 years ago. It was a huge gap, and research and business academia kicked into gear, and now we're seeing governments deploy and fill that gap. Maybe if a few of you could reflect on what are the big gaps that you see right now for cities that research needs to fill, as Anvita said, that they can run scenarios on. What are the gaps, and where are the opportunities to fill those gaps? What does that partnership look like? Anyone want to tackle? Peter?
Yeah, I'm happy to kick it off. So maybe from a data lens, so the gap around data. So data is still not accessible to address all of the scenarios or all of the sectors that contribute to emissions or that needs to be addressed to decarbonization. And at the heart of that, there are two gaps. One on data quality, so the ability to have meaningful data that could grow on it. And the second gap I see is around data sharing and the challenge of data sharing between different organizations, public, private, but also the collaboration around the data sharing, and to understand how, for example, the transport network and the energy network and the telecom network are interdependent, and how can we use that data to better manage and decarbonize the various sectors.
Yeah, really interesting point. Just to color this from Vancouver, we had a problem with empty homes, very high housing prices, but we had to figure out what were the empty homes, we were able to use the data from our utility to figure out roughly how many we had to shape the policy. So excellent point. There's still data gaps. Anyone else? Anvita?
I want to build on that. I think what collecting real-time data, which is the kind of technology that's available now, helps us to do is get to the real-time demographics. The problem with urban planning and policy making so far has been that the average age of the urban planners is too high. So the people we are building the cities for are not the people who are going to be consuming those cities. But the real-time data and dependence on the way, the revealed preference, the way people are consuming services today helps us to, let's say, make the service, the design, the delivery more real-time. And I think it is the ability of research organizations to bring the analytics on top of the data. Data collection is easy, the analytics, and then looking at the policy implication of all that data is where we can bring in, as a think tank, our expertise on top of that.
Excellent. Heli, the Turku perspective.
So in Turku, we have noticed a research gap that is behavioral science. We want to make sustainable mobility in Turku, and it's really hard. And we want to also change the behavior of the citizen and also their thinking. And that's why we have started work with the researchers from the University of Turku, from psychology department, and they specialize in climate nudging. And that means that we change the environment in a way that is easier for the citizens to make the sustainable choice. But this is only start, and we feel like in Turku that we need more research on this area, because we have been focusing a lot in these technical solutions and data and so on, and they are really important, but they are not really tackling the scope 3 emissions, and that's the next step after reaching the climate neutrality. So I think that's the next direction to go in Turku.
Maybe just to nudge you along on the partnership side. Today is all about partnerships. We're going to have a partnership formalized right after the panel finishes and a signing of an MOU. What partnerships are you involved in that are the most exciting, that you want to share with everyone who's watching here today? Joel?
Sure. So like I finished my presentation saying that we co-create, of course, we have a lot of partnerships. I would say that back in Cascais, we are a global city because we work with so many research institutes, private companies, other cities worldwide that speak Portuguese, that speak Korean, for example. And what we're doing is sharing a bit of our information, making the bridge to what you manage. Yes, it's crucial to share a bit of information so we can all work a bit more easily, smoothly. And when it comes to implement some of these innovative actions, we are waiting for the, let's say, the private market to help us and to close that gap that we have with the citizen. And of course, this is a win-win situation because everybody is able to pursue the green economy, exactly what we want. Everyone is able to reach further down the decarbonization process, and we cannot do it alone. Despite cities being seen as the little cousin, we are actually the big cousin when it comes to climate change. If there's a problem in the city with, I don't know, a severe weather event, we are responsible. If there's an issue with health, we are responsible. If there's an issue with mobility, we are responsible. Low grid management, etc. So we are the ones who have this biggest amount of responsibilities. And of course, we need partners for that. And there's never such thing as too much partners. So you're all welcome to, well, share a bit of your knowledge with us, and we welcome you with open arms.
Anyone else with a partnership story? Alexandra.
Yeah, So from my point of view, even concerning this hospital, the whole floors, separate floors are done by some other partner cities because they helped us a lot during like the first year. But also concerning innovations, I would like to say that it's really useful for us when we take part in study visits when part of our, for example, councillors of local council and part of decision makers at the city council, the employees, go somewhere. For example, a really good study visit was to the city of Aarhus in Denmark. We've seen their water supply system, heating system, and so on. And when we talk about innovation, it's really important for our employees of city council and the councillors to understand that all these solutions really work and really lead to that decarbonization is money, because less we consume electricity and different resources. So finally, this modernization does not just like loan money for 20 years and it's something we should pay, but it is something which will give us money during this 20 years.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think to close on that, the partnerships are really critical between cities so that we learn from each other. We're talking about partnerships with research, with academia, with business, with civil society, which are all very critical to our success and our ability to accelerate. Certainly, particularly with research and innovation, the potential to accelerate is enormous. But the risk for those of us in cities and people managing in cities, you can't make many mistakes. And so learning from other cities what has worked, what systems are already in place in other cities that are successful, where there's a fast payback on the capital involved or a financing model. I know, John, you and I spoke earlier about the work that the World Bank does, working with different cities in that respect. Do you want to add something just in terms of what you see cities modeling after each other that the World Bank is able to enable?
Definitely. Let me pick up on a point on partnerships and knowledge exchange. I think that's a very powerful platform for thinking about solutions for every city. And that's something that the World Bank does quite a bit as well. We, just to give you an example, in the urban sector, we partner with governments like the Japanese governments who hold deep dive, and we invite cities from all over the world to dwell on specific topics, you know, and learn from each other, whether it's a topic on housing, affordable housing, or is it about roads and infrastructure, or is it about municipal finance? I think that knowledge exchange between cities is a very powerful one. And I want to also go back to your first question on what are some of the gaps that cities often face. For me, having worked in several cities in terms of providing assistance, I see 3 or 4 types of gaps that research and innovation can help beyond the technological solutions. The first is policy. Someone spoke about policy. How do you apply policy can be very important. Some cities have tried, you know, implementing things like green building programs, but they don't work. So it's about policy and how you actually apply them rather than the technological solutions, and that has to be addressed. The second is really the financing gap, obviously. So cities have a lot of infrastructure gaps that needs to be financed, and this is how do you finance them is an important question. Are there interesting instruments you can use to finance them? Is it about enabling land value capture, for instance, you know, really capturing value from your own assets or land, or is it raising capital from external markets is important. The third gap I see is partnership gap, which is either about seeking private sector participation, as some of you have mentioned, or is it about really partnering research, academia, and stakeholders? So those are the three gaps I think are big ones for cities today, and would really benefit from both knowledge as well as innovation and research. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to go to Anvita here for last words from the panel as our local leader and lots of great partnerships that you're building here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia.
So thank you. I think cities learning from each other is a wonderful initiative and it's really critical. But there is a slight risk there. While we cities need to learn from each other, it has to be done with an open mind and without judgment. You cannot label one technology, one kind of innovation as good practice, and then ask, okay, these are the 10 good practices, every city should apply it. I think that is something that we have to be very careful about. And I think sometimes in our haste to, let's say, solidify those learnings, we end up quickly jumping to conclusions and saying, these are the 10 good practices from the 10 cities you could learn on and apply. So I think that we have to be very careful about that. We learn from each other, but we are technology agnostic. We know that there are some things which are context specific and there are some things which are context free. And what can we apply where is something we really need to learn from each other. And on a last note, since we are sitting in Riyadh and we've been talking through the day about extreme heat, I think many cities in the world can learn from the cities in Saudi Arabia on how to deal with extreme heat, both in terms of the heritage ways of construction that the city of Saudi Arabia has had and is modernizing on it and bringing on the table, and also the new innovations that are coming around the space, whether it is district cooling and other kinds of energy efficiency measures that help us to deal with extreme heat. So welcome to Saudi Arabia, and I hope you've learned a lot from coming to the city too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anvita, for those closing words. And just on behalf of both the Global Covenant of Mayors, the largest alliance of mayors and cities that are working on climate action together, 12,850, I think we're at, over 1 billion people represented within the GCOM alliance focused on climate, from the cities of Singapore, London, Cascais, Lviv, Turku, and Riyadh, and Vancouver. Many voices from many cities, and that diversity and all of the people that we live with, that's what we have to put first and foremost, making sure we're inclusive and equitable, taking care of each other and learning from each other without judgment. So thank you. Give a big warm welcome to our panelists for a great panel. So we're going to shift gears into a closing now. And that we will start with some closing words from the head of Mission Innovation Secretariat. That is Eleanor Webster. She is going to give us a closing words from Mission Innovation partnership perspective. She is joining us online. And then we are going to hear from Fahad Alajan, who's the president of CAPSARC here in Riyadh, and then we're going to have a signing of a very special memorandum of understanding. So we should have Eleanor from Mission Innovation queued up here online. Eleanor, can you hear?
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Fantastic.
Please, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. So, dear colleagues, my name is Eleanor Webster, and I am the head of the Secretariat for Mission Innovation. And welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for this invitation. It is an honor to be here, and sincere apologies for not being able to be there in person. I trust the event is going well, and thank you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting the Urban Transitions Mission first Global Innovation High-Level Gathering, taking place this week at MENA Climate Week. Thank you to Georgia and the team for bringing the fantastic work of Mission Innovation to the world. So, quick note on Mission Innovation. We are a global initiative with the objective to catalyse a decade of action and investment in research, development and demonstration to make clean energy affordable, attractive and accessible for all. MI was founded in 2015 in alignment with the Paris Agreement. In 2021, we launched the second phase of Mission Innovation. We are an action-orientated forum for government leaders to pioneer clean energy solutions through domestic innovation action and international cooperation. The first phase of Mission Innovation set important foundations for the work ongoing today. Besides seeing increases in investment, highly active and committed global networks of the best and brightest came together to work on some of the most important clean energy transition challenges. As we embarked on the second phase, missions were born, including the Urban Transitions Mission, which you've heard so much about today. As MI embarked on our ambitious second phase, we wanted to focus our efforts on actions that would truly push the boundaries of clean energy innovation in areas where driving down emissions is most crucial. MI 2.0 brings together countries that account for over 90% of global public sector investment in clean energy innovation. But we're here today as well to have an exciting moment. The MI Secretariat is pleased to continue our collaboration with Saudi Arabia's established and deep relationship, with a continuation to the MI Sec from CAPSARC. This arrangement will build on the established contribution of Saudi Arabia by delivering much needed expertise and plug gaps in the MI Secretariat. On behalf of Mission Innovation, I pass on my sincerest thanks to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the ongoing commitment to the Secretariat and to the initiative as a whole. Together, catalysing the transition to a sustainable net zero future is our paramount goal. To stand a chance in the race against global warming, collaboration is not merely an option, it is an imperative. Teaming up with a range of organisations from a range of sectors accelerates the energy transition and fosters innovation. Our partnership with CAPSARC underscores the commitment to creating a cleaner and more sustainable future. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you, Eleanor, for those closing words on behalf of Mission Innovation. Obviously, the host of the Urban Transition Mission, we are honored to be part of Mission Innovation. And next, we're going to have some closing words in the context of partnership from Fahad Alajalan, who is the president of the King Abdullah Petroleum Studies and Research Center, CAPSARC. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to thank my friend Eleanor for the introductory remarks and for being a partner with us on this important memorandum of understanding. I'm very happy that we are doing this today at the closing of the Urban Transition Mission Summit. And here at Climate Week, being hosted in Riyadh by the Ministry of Energy and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This has been a valuable day of discussion. You know, Anvita and I have had discussed this for a while, and I'm happy that CAPSARC has participated because this is one of the venues that we've been focusing on, which is our research around resilient and sustainable cities and their contribution to our net zero future, and how can we actually look at existing best practices, but also how can we accommodate national circumstances and different starting and end points for those cities and for those countries and regions. This MOU has been a long time in work, and so we thank all of those who contributed to facilitating this. And it follow up on His Royal Highness, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees of CAPSARC announcement during the Clean Energy Ministerial and Mission Innovation Summit in Goa, India, at their annual meeting. For us, CAPSARC, we are an advisory think tank that focuses on energy, climate, and sustainability. And Vida spoke about our dedication to evidence-based and data-driven research. And so our focus has been, how can we actually galvanize the movement toward a net zero future? We bring a different perspective, I think, sometimes, which is we're coming from the global south, from an energy producing country, but also we have 26 nationalities and researchers within our center. So I think we bring a unique perspective on this energy transition, and we hope that the Mission Innovation find this perspective very useful in driving their effort forward. We look forward to our cooperation with the Mission Innovation and their focus on innovation and technology. And we're excited to enhance Mission Innovation knowledge sharing in support of their think tanks and insight module. At the end, I would like to thank the people who made this memorandum of understanding possible. And that's too many to count to thank them individually. You know who you are, but thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
I'm just going to ask Giorgia Rambelli, who is the director of the Urban Transition Mission, just to say a few words on behalf of the partnership and the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with CAPSARC. Giorgia.
Thank you very much, Gregor. And I just want to say my most heartfelt thank you, a personal thank you for the great collaboration in the past weeks in contributing to the development and to the participation within our first Global Innovation Summit. Directly to all of you, thank you. And on behalf of the colleagues of the Urban Transitions Mission, Global Covenant of Mayors, European Commission, and JPI Urban Europe, I also want to reiterate that we are not only delighted, but also very excited of partnering with you and seeing you become part of our Global Innovation Alliance. We look forward to really making the transition at the local level happen as quickly as possibly, and of course also with a vision to a very soon net zero and climate resilient future. So thank you very much, and we can proceed to the signing.
Okay, a well-documented partnership to kick things off. Congratulations, and a big thank you again to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the city of Riyadh, CAPSARC, all of our hosts here, and to all of you who've joined us today as part of this first Global Urban Transition Mission Summit. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to working hard together to tackle the climate crisis. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful evening. Oh, I spoke too soon in saying goodbye for the day, because we have one final words from Andy Deacon, who is the Managing Director for Global Covenant of Mayors, my boss, who is, has a few words to share on behalf of our 12,000 plus cities. Andy Deacon.
Thanks, Gregor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you to CAPSAC. Thank you to the Mission Innovation team and to Georgia and everybody on the Urban Transitions mission side. Great to be cementing and building these new partnerships. I don't want to take too long, but just a few remarks, and then, of course, a few traditional thank yous to round out the day. So I have 4 key points, and I'll leave you to see if you can work out what I'm doing as I'm working my way through the 4 letters. So first of all, an M. So we've been very clear right from the beginning of the day around multi-level and multi-partner engagement. And there will be much more to come towards COP28, and then at COP28 itself. We've referenced already the Local Climate Action Summit and the Urban Ministerial, and look forward to using those and other opportunities in innovation spaces throughout COP to continue to highlight the way that the mission is growing, and that our work with mission innovation and all of our expanding partner network is advancing. So second, I then have an E for enabling. We've heard a lot about how cities are undertaking activity to enable investment planning, reaching out to finance sector partners, to working towards project implementation, preparation, and development. So really, cities and the partners that are coming together around the urban transition mission, trying to enable this action towards a low carbon, resilient urban future. Thirdly, I then had nurturing, so an N, cities supporting cities. We've identified opportunities for the peer-to-peer sharing of experiences and lessons learned between cities in very different parts of the world, but have heard many wonderful examples, including from here in the region. And then fourthly and finally, we've been very much action-oriented and very clear that cities are leading the way. We know from Global Covenant analysis a couple of years ago that around 3/4 of cities have pledged to deeper levels of emission reduction than their respective national government, and that more than 50% have pledged to deliver those targets ahead of when their national government have said that they would. So very much firmly believe that a lot of the action is in cities, and without cities in as part of the equation, that our work towards the Paris Agreement would not be so successful. So I wound up with an M, an E, an N, and an A, and very much welcome the opportunity to be here in the MENA region, to have heard from partners here about their work and activity, but also to use this as an important convening space for this work on innovation. In closing out, a few rounds of applause, so please be ready to clap a little if you don't mind. Firstly, to our co-leads, we heard this morning from Rosalinda van der Vlies from the European Commission, but also our partners from JPI Urban Europe, and to all of our partners in the Global Innovation Alliance and national government partners supporting the Urban Transitions mission. And then also to the wonderful team who have supported this activity. They're not all Italian, but a good proportion of them are. To Miriam, Nicola, Melania, Lorena, Gregor, Ben, Yanti, and of course Georgia for the amazing work to put this event together today. They've been working so hard behind the scenes, struggling with technological woes, with logins, with trying to run multiple systems at once. But as you all know, it wouldn't happen without them. Our work here continues. We're off to meet some other partners at KPMG tomorrow morning to talk about digital twins and engagement. But the opportunity to both join the Innovation Alliance, to partner with us by becoming a city member of the cohort of cities is still there, and that opportunity is still open. But really stay tuned for more activity in the next month or so, but very much look forward to our second annual convening roughly this time next year, and to then sharing a whole bunch of new experience and partnerships, some of which have hopefully come from experience and lessons that you've learned during the course of today. So enjoy the rest of the evening. Some of us are off for food, but thank you all very much and see you next year. Thank you.